What's up? Hey everybody, I thought I already did this, but it's not working for some reason. Why is it not working? Why is it working now? What the? No. Why is it doing that? What are you doing? Did I make the window small again? I did that. Because I'm freaking stupid. What's up? Alright, let's try this one more time. Alright, hey. Hey, what's up? Hey. Harry Callahan. It's kind of like Batman. But it's my natural voice now. Yeah, you gotta respect it. Makes me want to watch Dirty Harry. Makes me want to respect Dirty Harry even more than I already do. Alright, but I sound like Marge Simpson. in reality. Because I've injured myself vomiting the last few days. How do you feel after you just blundered your queen? Similar to stomach virus. It really depends on the context. All right, guys. I was pretty ill earlier this week, and every time I think that I'm 100% better, I'm like, nah, it's more like 80. My digestive system is not operating above 60%. But I felt well enough to work this afternoon, and we are hosting stream tonight, stream tomorrow morning, hopefully, if I don't relapse, and Sunday simul. Be here. Sunday simul. Hopefully I'll be 100% by Sunday. Yeah, I was fine. But Monday night, finally, I came down with this inevitable virus that everybody seems to get. And was not feeling too well the last couple of days. Also, my sleep schedule has been destroyed. Like last night, I couldn't fall asleep, so it's been a disaster. But other than that, everything's great. Morales has our first game for this week, then Acerbate, and then Sun Prism. No, my whole digestive system is like totally destroyed. How long is it supposed to take your digestive system to like recover from, say, a stomach virus? I mean, to get back to like normal capacity. I found that like food poisoning can be even worse. But I guess it just all depends. All right, this was definitely a virus. So, food poisoning is not contagious, but this is something that everybody got around me. Affects everyone a little differently. But I was very ill. I'm still alive. I've had worse, but I just couldn't work. I missed the tournament on Tuesday. We are taking donations. Wow, we just got a donation? Or is that an old one? Wow, Mr. Slowhand just donated $20. Mr. Slowhand, didn't I submit a game last Thursday? Mr. Slowhand, it's a good question. Thank you for your donation. Did you submit a game last Thursday? The last thing I got from you was, in fact, you might have. And if you did, it would be the first game for today. Maybe I did something weird, like I put it in a different study by accident. I know the last thing you sent me was game suggestion of Italian Machine. But hold on a second here. Mr. Slow, thank you for the donation. I'm going to get to that donation bar in a minute. Mr. Sohan, yes, lichess study, but that was game suggestion of Italian Machine. That was separate. Alright. No, you sent it already, and I don't think I put it in the study. We were joking about Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm still not right. Arroz con pollo. Let me grab this. Mr. So should go first, if he so chooses. He was first. I had this sneaking suspicion I put it in another study that I forgot about. I couldn't find when I wanted to start this week's study. So chapter PGN. Yeah, this will be fine. Alright, we'll just copy and paste that. Exactly. Now it automatically goes. Copy. And then, oops. Tools, chapter, add a new chapter. I'm functioning around 70% tonight. I was hoping for better than that. I was hoping for actually like 100% by now. I was actually optimistic that I would be 100% better. But it looks like we're polling a little bit better than Donald Trump right now. Kurt Richter versus Michelle Pfeiffer. This was played in... We'll see. Alright, guys. I've got 4 games so far. More of a slaughter. Good. I'm recovering from stomach virus. I feel better, but I'm still not 100%. Second order of business. GM tournament is on. Let me share a link with you guys. Mr. So just donated $20 to the cause. Can I share this in the chat? Maybe it will work. That would blow my mind if this worked. If it actually let me share something. It will not let me freaking share anything. Damn, dude. Astrobate, do you still have the link that I sent you? No, whatever. I can find it. The problem is having 2 computers is like making life difficult for me. I should really get a brain. I'm going to get back to full speed here by next week. This is really annoying. Do you saw that link? You got it? Alright. Tournament link on chess results. They still need a player, so if you know anyone who's around 2,300 or so, I'm not happy because the tournament has a really bad time control. You know, game in 90. This is 2.5 weeks. We'll be playing in 2.5 weeks. I'm asking everyone to donate $20 to help offset my expenses while I take a week off from teaching chess to play chess. But it's hard to pass up an opportunity to play a GM tournament walking distance from my apartment. Other than the time control being 40 moves, being game in 90 plus 30 seconds per move. The fact that the tournament is within walking distance of my apartment is, desirable. There are also a couple of double rounds. But it is what it is. So I'm just glad to get a chance to play in a GM tournament with my shitty rating, which is really not very good. It hasn't been for a few years now. I'm just trying to stave off losing rating points like everyone else. But check it out. Chess results link there. There's 9 players in the list because we need another player. I'm the oldest player in the tournament. It's really inspiring, actually. Just inspires me all the more. Because only, Pensioners can't play because they're too weak by now. So only children's professionals. Children's and professionals. I'm the only, like, non-child, non-professional playing in the tournament. Thanks to you guys, by the way. I don't consider myself a professional chess player. I'm more like professional chess entertainer and teacher. But anyway, help me. I could still become a 50-year-old grandmaster. All right, I'm Mr. Slow. If you want to go ahead and do your game first, it's more of a Slaughterhouse 5. All right. So this is a game submitted by Mr. Slow. We just donated $20 to the comeback tournament. I haven't heard any news on this front, but I'm gonna try to play in the World Senior Team Championship with the U.S. team, in July. Those guys were like, "Oh, we should try to play in tournaments so we're not rusty come July." So this is like effectively like a warm-up tournament for me for the World Senior Team Championship if that goes through. E4, E6, D4, D5, and now knight to C3. So the following game is Kurt Richter versus G. Pfeiffer, presumably a lesser-known master. Let me just see the date on this game. 1948 Berlin Championship. That must have been a rough time. All right. D5, knight C3. Richter is white. And last week I mentioned the McCutcheon, which is a much maligned variation, I think. When I grew up, basically this variation was always considered to be like, I would qualify it as saying like, well, more dubious than the winnower, basically. And I think that things change with evaluation with computers. Now a lot of openings are being reevaluated. If you'll have the time or the wherewithal to do it, but the impression I got was that the McCutcheon always got kind of a bad rap, like a worse rap than it really deserved, or rap, whatever. Rap. It has a worse reputation than it deserved. In old times, before computers, I think like certain variations just were like given bad reputations by certain games, and it was often justified, but sometimes not. In this case, Jesse Cry started playing the McCutcheon back in the early 2000s, and not a lot of people played it, and I was always interested in the fact he was willing to play. He was defending it, when other masters wouldn't really touch the McCutcheon. I would very rarely see it played in tournament games in the 80s. I never played the French myself, but I could count on one hand. And it was always interesting to see those. It was always fun to see those games where people would actually play the McCutcheon in tournaments, like adjacent to me or something like that. I would be like, once every few tournaments you would see like maybe a McCutcheon somewhere. So it's fun. E5. Now the pin, is not addressed, obviously. So clearly white, attempts to win a piece here. Black has no choice but to play h6. And now the critical continuation is bishop d2. Now obviously there are other possibilities. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is bishop h4. The problem with bishop h4, in my mind, is something that comes up in the Moscow variation of the Semi-Slav. If anybody knows what that is. Cult, are you out there? This bishop becomes a really relatively bad piece after g5, bishop g3. It's very hard to get that piece. I mean, I think we did look at something like this on the stream once. I mentioned it, but it isn't easy for white to make this bishop great again. I don't think even Donald Trump could really generate much support for that bishop on g3. But most commonly, white plays bishop d2, which is quite natural to break, the other pin here. And so the typical variation is like bishop takes, pawn takes, and then knight e4. And this was the main line forever when I was growing up. Queen g4, and now g6, bishop d3, and if you take on d2, the important thing to understand here is the fact that this sacrifice pretty much never works because of the idea of rook g8. This pin here, this is an important tactical motif in the McCutcheon. But I think that's like the 80s, 70s, 80s era level of McCutcheon I understood, from years ago. There's a lot of new ideas, and this is an older game. It looks like nowadays people play like this. This is a joke, but apparently not really. Oh, there's also pawn takes f6, which is not really, I would say, that logical. For black to give up the bishop in a relatively open position. I mean, white to give up the bishop. Sorry, for white to give up his dark square bishop in a relatively open position. This is really kind of a bad idea for white. So, I mean, I would still probably advocate going for bishop d2, but it looks like these other moves like bishop c1, bishop e3 have even good scores. The idea here, by the way, is after knight e4, let's see, queen g4, g6 anyway. I guess white has to play this. I don't know too much about this. So let's see what this old school game is about. Alright, we've got the classical variation, h6, bishop d2, and then black plays bishop takes c3. This is normal. Hello, Nettie. So knight takes, b takes. It's possible to play bishop takes. I want to just say that the kind of main idea here is that this king can take on d2 and remain relatively safe in the center. So we'll probably see that in this game. Let's see, knight e4. Oh, okay. He plays queen g4. Yeah. So g6. Now look. I am not, I'm not familiar with the theory of the McCutcheon very well. But another point is obviously knight takes d2, queen takes g7. So, but if king f8, what's our statistic like here? So we got a relatively large number of games played by black with king f8, all of which are post 1990. So this may have caused a little bit of a resurgence at some point. Black playing king f8 rather than g6, weakening the dark squares. I mean, that's the problem. Percy Hepworth said g6 would make me cry in the French. Well, this is the point of white's play. We're inducing dark square weaknesses in the black position. It's very fundamental, structurally, or positionally, however like to say, strategically. Those dark square weaknesses, this is the point, man. I mean, black needs the dark square bishop in the French. Now bishop d2, 3. Your other two. Bishop d3. This is main line. And then knight d2. And now king d2. And so now, the problem is, if you tried to trade queens, check, takes, I guess that pawn is just a goner. So that's just not even possible. Black has to see counterplay here. Attacking the white center, but it's difficult to really put that much pressure on the white center. This is not the game. So even in this day and age, back in 1948, bishop c1 was played. So again, let's just review. 94. Oh, I see. He didn't play it right away. All right, I get it. Queen g4, g6, and now bishop c1. So that's like the other bishop c1 line is trying to save a tempo on. It actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. So these guys are going here now. So on 94, queen g4, let's say g6. You'd really try to hope black would, or white would rather hope at least that he could get some kind of transposition to like a tempo up position. Not sure if it could work out like that, but here, bishop c1. So this has been played. There's a game by Gleck in 1995. With black, Tigran Petrosian, the cheater. I don't know. Is everyone that's ever been accused of cheating on chess.com now like they're like immune now because of Hans's lawsuit, or just Hans is the only one who's been like forgiven or whatever? I'm just asking a question, you know. So Hans is not guilty, but like Tigran Petrosian is, or how does that work exactly? Just throwing this out there, discussion point. So if you have enough money to like sue chess.com, you're innocent. But if you don't, then you're still guilty. So money buys innocence. I get it. Okay. I.e. Donald Trump. Anyway, all right. It's going to be a fun year. So, all right. Anyway, c5, bishop d3. Now, what do you guys think about this position? Let's stop joking about politics. What's up, everybody? Sorry for not greeting everyone, but I'm focusing on business here. I got a GM tournament in 2 weeks. I'd like to ask for your support, so please donate. The following tournament pinned up there. I'll be playing in 2.5 weeks. Check it out. And if you know someone rated around 2,300, we could use them in the tournament. They need one more player. Higher rated than 2280. Higher the better. Now I'm going to ask a question here. Is white threatening something? Do we really want to give up our light square bishop? Well, I guess. I mean, the position reminds me of why the French has fascinated me for 10 years. Now, I get the French. It's complex. And I've avoided it like most extremely complex openings in my life. After bishop d3, black plays c takes d, but that move doesn't feel right to Master Saji. There's 43 games here with knight takes c3. That does look familiar. I have kind of vague, I'm getting vague, what do you call it? Deja vu about knight takes c3. Like, I think I actually saw one master game where this was played at some point. I mean, it looks really, yeah, I think I did see it once, but it looks, no, really hard to play for both sides. But I don't get, like, c takes d4, really, in general, in terms of the pawn structure and stuff. I guess you're just getting direct access to a5. I mean, but frankly, the king can go to f1. I mean, I don't think the white king is really in any danger here. I mean, can black play other moves? You know, what about, for example, like queen a5? Ole Jakob Johnson. Wow, that's an old one. 1980. Mariotti's still alive, apparently. First Italian Grandmaster. So what's the idea here? I would be like, wouldn't know what to do with white, tempted to play king f1 or something. I mean, white doesn't put the bishop on d2. You think like queen a5 would be logical. So knight e2, and now c takes d4. I'm just asking questions, you know. f3, knight c5. Now a really cool move. Bishop d2, just not capturing at all. Here's just a random game. D takes c. And now knight takes c3. Knight takes c3 check. And then you end up in a kind of open position where white is down a pawn with better development. Black went on to lose this game. After this tactic, knight takes d5. I think that's very interesting, though, this line. What it really shows us is this likelihood of this sort of scenario where it's a story of like opposite colored bishops, and essentially whose opposite colored bishop is better and who has more weaknesses on that color complex. And in this case, black is in trouble. And it's a sharp position, you know. So it turns out after c takes d4, and there aren't a lot of games. But I do think it's notable here. Some of these games, you've got a whole bunch of reasonable players. Sindarov, Gleck, Lucas Chernysek, that's an old game. Kishilev and Vavrak Bejder. So all reasonable players. All chose to play c takes d4, but it's not the main line. The main line is knight takes c3. But if you check the database, ta-da! Oof. That's not good for a variation, you know. This is the kind of thing that will destroy a variation, you know. Tal versus random IM or something, rated, you know, 2400. That's like, you know, Tal on the white side of McCutcheon against like somebody who was like 2400, like me or something, you know. This is not a good idea, dude. Like, I don't think playing the McCutcheon against Tal is a good idea. Did anybody tell this guy about that? That's like the guy that I played in the World Senior who played the King's Gambit against Spassky. Tal also played the French, and don't forget that. But I really think like playing something hyper dynamic, you know, is just a very, very bad idea. I mean, imbalanced opening like this against Tal is like suicide. If you go to play the French, you want to play like the most solid version of it, essentially, against Tal. Something like Botvinnik would play. Actually, you know, I think Botvinnik probably wouldn't play the French. Prefer to go to Carol Khan. Tal Botvinnik matches. Probably did better with the Carol Khan. Yeah, let's put it this way: if Botvinnik struggled, you know, in the French, I guess some random IM is going to lose. So this turns out to be the main line. But black plays c takes d4. And now white took on e4. Yeah, he gave up on the winner after game 1. That's right. Maybe a little early to call it, but yeah, I don't think the winner is a great choice against Ha. Caro-Kann is much better. You're not courting imbalance so much, yeah. Spassky Korchnoi had some winovers with king d1 too, and that's just not necessary. Anyway, this move was a little surprising for me from Richter here, Dr. Richter. Ultimately, it seems fully playable but unnecessary. The key to winning this position should really be, I guess, the dark squares. And obviously we have to develop our pieces, so I would vote for these other moves. Not so much c takes d4, because I don't know about that, but I like developing. I agree that your bishop's better than mine, but I think the problem is the fact that this might actually help my bad bishop. You know what I mean? That's why I don't like the move. Your bishop is better than mine, but I think that white's playing a dangerous game in respect to the fact that this is exactly what I'm afraid of. You know, that this guy's going to come here and it's going to turn around against white. So I would argue that we don't have to take such drastic measures. But I mean, okay, I'm not sure it's that easy. It hints of material. It's kind of a slightly materialistic approach, but it may be very much the best. I'm not sure. But I do think that white has to be very careful about this guy getting in. If I were black in this position, I would not make the following move too quickly. Yeah, of course a4 is killer. I mean a3 and bishop a4, bishop a3. Well, we don't need a4. Yeah. Okay, my first idea here for black is to trade queens. That looks like a pawn down ending where we're going to be like tortured with a... Well, we're just going to be tortured. My second idea is to try to activate our light square bishop as the #1 priority in the game. So bishop d7. Trying to light him up with bishop c6 ASAP. So if queen takes b7, black has bishop c6. Hey, how you like me now? So I need to know, you know, what exactly white is going to do after bishop d7. I'm going to assume that this is a serious threat, and white probably has to play a knight move here. Possibly take with the pawn. I mean, you could possibly take this, but it looks risky at best. So, I don't know, man. It reminds me of this game I lost once in a... It's funny. I lost this in an English. It's the Fuller Mechanics variation. c4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4, d5, cd5, ed5, e5. This variation. Knight e4, pawn e4, queen. What did I do? Queen a4 check, bishop d7. No, this type of thing. And I played the ultra bad queen b1. I think I'm thinking a different position. The pawn exchange doesn't happen. Just e5 immediately. Here. Yeah, this, queen g4, bishop d7, queen e4, and now bishop c6. I mean, same thing. I mean, it's very similar in a way. You know, that black has some counterplay here. Sarawan found an unbelievable resource in this game. Queen e3, knight a6, d4, knight b4, king d2. It's basically, this is one of Yasser's greatest games, essentially, beating Timon with like home analysis in the English. But I mean, it takes some serious home analysis to come up with like king d2 when there was no computers back then. But you get the point. You know, we're trying for dynamic counterplay for black by sacrificing a pawn. I think this makes a lot of sense. So what's the best move if I turn on the engine? Oh! Well, there's a surprise, boys and girls. Bishop d7. Did you see that, boys and girls? What's the most important thing in this position? A relative, and Mr. Slow said it himself, a relative activity of the bad bishops. And I argue that Richter's move might likely be a mistake, because this gives black the potential to get that white square bishop in. So I think he was a bit impatient there. He's lucky his opponent played the sort of stereotyped knight c6. Because this knight on c6, well, one thing it does is it like ensures that our bishop will have a harder time getting into the game. Now we might see a different story. Knight f3, d takes c. Well, that rhymes. I have a bad feeling about this, though. Now, if black can trade queens, I think the time is more or less here. You know, if you can trade queens, I highly recommend you do it like immediately. Because now, after bishop a3, it's basically game over. I'd say this is getting very close to game over. If black, you know, if white were to get another move or something. Oh, and we're following Van Forest versus Cinderella. Looks like Cinderella wasn't quite fully matured yet when he played this game. Yeah, but I mean, you gotta say, well, at least Cinderella was on the right track, trying to trade queens. Good luck with that, though, right? Van Forest. Yeah, it's already looking bad, man. We're not going to trade queens with you. Now black played bishop d7, and his only hope was to get castled queenside, but white played queen f6. Jeez. That doesn't look good, master. Alright, so black played instead queen c7. And this feels like slaughter. Yeah, this is just... I was talking about Astrobate with this kind of stuff. This is basically when you just like brush the problems under the rug. You just don't have... You pretend you don't have a problem until you're dead, you know, and then you resign and play the next game. Black needs to think a little earlier. I mean, like, what is black thinking here? Okay, he makes a mistake with knight c6. And maybe he's like, oh shit, I should have played bishop d7. But I mean, dude, like, at least don't waste time taking the pawn on c3. If there's any way for black to save the position now, there's got to be a better try. I assume it's the same thing, though. Again, this is pretty unpleasant, but you can still play queen f4. Different, though. Notice g5 here. Could give black a small chance because of queen g4, h5, queen takes g5, queen e4 check. At least black would get some, you know, cause some disruption in white's position. So it's not so simple. But if opposite-colored bishops, you don't play for the initiative, you're dead. And so this is a good lesson. Black didn't effectively play for the initiative, and he's dead. And now he's dead. Rook b1. Alright. He's dead, he just doesn't know it yet. No, he thought he could get away with this, which isn't outrageous. White plays rook b1. I wonder if he should just castle, though. Put the other rook on b1. I wonder... Well, he already castled. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I wonder if he should play the other rook to b1. That's what I'm trying to say in a very strange way. Why rook on a to b1? Why not rook f b1? Was it that Richter wanted to keep the d file clear for his control of d5? So black plays queen a5, white plays rook a b1. I mean, I get that this pawn is not relevant, but I mean, is the other rook really going to be better on d1? Maybe it is. Maybe there's no need for the a pawn there. So queenside castles, and now a4 anyway. And that's rook b5 in a lot of lines. So now black plays queen d5. I mean, I think at this point black's probably close to losing, but he should consider maybe the queen living on a6. Can you try to construct something like b6, rook b5, queen a6 and survive? Would be my question. It doesn't look too likely, does it? It doesn't look too likely. Maybe you could bring the queen back to b7, but how long are we going to survive here? Is the question. Maybe if you play knight a5, this can come here to push on that knight on c6. So black pretty much has to go back to b7. If this. Talk about hanging on by a thread. But he plays queen d5. Now white has to avoid the exchange of queens. Queen goes to dark square, and now black plays f5. But white is threatening rook b5, and he's, you know, potentially looking at rook sacrifices on b7 here. You can practically feel various sacrificial possibilities hanging in the air. f5 threatens nothing, and now white simply takes this pawn on c3, bishop e8, you know, and then the plan is like g5, get the bishop outside, but you're dead by then. I mean, this move has probably something else to do with it. I mean, he really wants to use the rook to defend laterally. Rook f d1. So that was the point, to keep this line open for this rook, rather than put rooks on b1 and a1. He has rooks on the half open files. Queen to a5 back again. Okay. And now avoiding exchange of queens, and e6 is weak. Notice how the material doesn't really play a major role here. I don't think it's important if one side is up a pawn or the other side's up a pawn. It's opposite colored bishops, and whoever has the better bishop is the one who controls the position. So this bishop is better than this bishop. Rook b5, queen a6, so we did end up there. And then knight d4. The knight is awkwardly pinned. And now b6 can't be played because black loses a piece. So that is effectively that. I think that's game over. Game, set, match. You can't move. You know, now he can't free his king. Rook d e8. And I thought we're going to see now the rook b1. Which I got to imagine is good enough. Hard to believe that black would have any legitimate defense after this. But I guess he has king d8. Because the queen is hanging here. The rook can't move forward. So, rather than that, he finds the following move, knight b3, threatening to trap the queen with knight c5. Very nice. And the only move to stop it would be b6 was played. And then, yeah, he's aesthetic. So the point was earlier, if knight d4, queen b7, I mean, white has a crushing position here. But it would be kind of, you know, peasant style finish, pedantic. Instead, he finds a dramatic knight a5, which attacks knight, but at the same time takes away the only square where the queen can protect it from b7. Well, that's just brutal. And the point is, well, he has to play queen a5 now, because if pawn a5, this is mate. You're not losing a queen, you're getting mated. So the only defense here, if you don't want to resign, is queen a5, rook a5, and then the bad news is that you have to take with the pawn. Now you're getting mated anyway with rook b1, followed by rook b8. Yeah, he's good at playing for mate. All right, guys. Morales, what's up? All right, Morales is here just in time for his game. I'm still only 80% recovered. I got sick on Monday with a bad stomach flu, but the system is slowly coming back online. We got $20 donation from Mr. Slow. GM tournament is go. I was pessimistic earlier in the week. I was wrong. We are go. They do need one more player. The link is in the stream chat. Did that guy change his mind and let you play? I had the wrong impression because I had seen an old link. It's not so much about minds. It's just about, you know, if it works or it doesn't. I had an old link, and I still don't understand it, you know, how I'm even getting a chance to play in this tournament, because there was already an American player. I'm not bringing in a new federation, you know, so I didn't think it would be possible for me to get to play if I wasn't at least bringing something to the table. But apparently just counting as another foreigner is useful for the organizers, so I'm happy to be here. Alright, Morales, but if anybody can donate, please do donate. Please do donate so that I can take a week off from work and play 11 chess games in 7 days. Alright. We're on to Morales. He said it lines up nicely with the previous game. Okay. So this is Morales White. Okay. Sort of. I had some weird idea the other day. What was it? What was it? Oh, I played something funny. Yeah, okay. I had a game where I was white, and I also played d5, which is theoretically the best move. My opponent played here the most common move, pawn takes pawn, and then played d6, and my old friend Solatsi Emil used to play this Franco Benoni all the time. It's objectively hard to play for black, I think, but a hardcore Benoni player can navigate it. But for fun, I was just playing some game online, and I just decided to like try something crazy, so I played. No, this wasn't the position. It wasn't the position. I'm lying to you guys. Huh. No, it must have been, my game must have been different. I must have been thinking of d4. So, d4, d5. Or d4, knight f6. c4, c5, d5. e6, normal, Benoni? That's weird. I don't remember that. Takes, here. Somehow I got into normal Benoni where I played like knight h3. Anyway, this is really not relevant to the game. I was just trying to remember something. I apologize. Taking us off the beaten path. d5. I'm saying normal for black is pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Big trap here, by the way, a lot of people fall into with black is like they don't know what they're doing. And they play knight f6 and white plays knight c3 and they take. Is this right? Yeah. This is a very disturbing statistic right there. The infected Saji. Tell me about it, man. My stomach is making growling sounds as I speak. I'm still infected. I also sound like Marge's sister. I ripped out all my vocal cords, like vomiting. Sorry for the graphic and gory details. No, I wasn't yelling again. So I just made up the story about being sick because he was like having another rage attack. I'm destroying my vocal cords one way or another all the time. Guys, look at the statistics here. Does that disturb anyone else? Because it disturbs me. That disturbs me. This isn't the lichess opening score. This is supposed to be Masters Database. 32 out of 52 players played the wrong move here with white. Are you serious? That must be like a move order thing, man. I mean, there's no way like 2/3 of these people got it wrong and like mindlessly played pawn takes pawn here. This is like one of the oldest tricks in the book. I think the latest, Astrobate has fallen for this, and the latest person to fall for this against me was like Nils in one of our streams or something. There was another one of my students who fell for it. It's unbelievable. How does it work? It's just a disaster for black. You can't do like d4 because you lose a piece, you know? See, you have to play knight g8. It's just a total disaster. It's horrible for black. It's just horrible. You know, you're not like losing by force, but it's just a terrible position. The fact is, like, how could master level players not know this? D4 master level D4 players not know this? I guess a lot of them are really E4 players. It's probably the E4 players that have more of a tendency to not know this kind of thing. So black plays A6. This is Drazic. This looks like the Drazic defense or something. I don't know. He might specifically do that more against maybe C4 based stuff. Is Drazic on the list? Let's see. Shirazi. Oh, that's good. Drazic must do it on the C4. Yeah, you know you're in good shape when Shirazi's playing it with black. Although Shirazi has ideas, you know, and he has his own analysis. Okay, A6, it's an interesting question. What we have here is St. George, where white is like push D5. It's like a St. George where white is pushed D5 and black is pushed C5 a little early. Yeah, I mean, it looks like... No, I'm sure that C4 is fine. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like the testing move. You know, probably knight F3. Sun Prism, thanks for donating 100 bits. I think, Morales, like, we'd like to see b5 so we can undermine him with, like, a4. We don't mind him taking on d5 so much. Knight f3 is going to be played in almost any scenario. We might even take the piece on d5. Like, if we play knight f3 and black takes on d5, we could think about taking with the queen. On the other hand, you know, maybe knight c3 isn't so bad. But I think that encourages b5. We might end up wasting some time. So if I have a choice between knight c3 and knight f3, I say knight f3. Then if knight f6... Another 100 bits from Sun Prism. Who's up next? No, he's up next. Sun Prism has 2 games in the list. How do you feel about that, Sun Prism? 200 bits for 2 games. Not bad. 300 bits for 2 games. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with your move. 400 bits for 2 games. 500 bits for 2 games. It's multiplying. It's like my virus. I like a4, it's fine, but I feel like you've got to play more aggressively here. 600 bits. No, 500. What happened? You made another ding ding ding. Feels like we got one extra one. It's like you cheered 600 bits, you got six ding ding dings. Where is everybody tonight? I mean, I know I've been sick. So I think, Morales, honestly, this is a good move. But I feel like this is probably more dynamic. And on ED, Mr. So with 500 bits, we get a hype train. If you guys really wanted to be crazy, you could play E5 here. But I'm not sure that it's really sound, you know. I think this kind of gambit would be playable. But he's probably going a little too far. I was wondering about queen takes, though. Is this inappropriate? Probably. It's probably just not quite good enough. So we have to just transpose back into kind of normal. A normal Franco Bononi. Sun Prism with his last 10. And Antonio with 100 bits. Now we're getting close to a hype train. Uh-oh, Acerbate. Anybody else out there? Anybody else out there? Virus Week. Hype train. Oh, there's Drazic. See? D6. Drazic Week. A4. Alright. Nah, it's just a move. D6, Knight C3, good for you. Knight C3 keeping you in the realm of the king pawn openings. Now black played the insipid E5, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Guys, we have 2 more donors. If Acerbate donates bits and someone else donates bits, we can get a hype train. Only 2 people have to contribute. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of playing E5? It's like offensive to me. I lost to this guy. Gunawan. I lost this guy in like 1994 or something in the New York Open. Played like an awesome white side of the English attack against me, and then he plays like this rubbish against Moisenko. I mean, he was white against me, so maybe he's just better with white, but why do people play like this? And if you're going to play E6, it doesn't make sense to play E5. Hype train is close, guys! We need one other independent viewer to donate. Mr. Coffee. Astery just gifted tier 1 sub to T Streets. I don't know if we got another willing donor out there among the viewers. It's a small crowd tonight for analysis stream. during Virus Week. Morales with 100 bits. We need another independent viewer. Independent viewer, quickly. Do we have enough viewers? This high train is in trouble. Sun Prism. We have 1 minute to find an independent viewer. The high train is close, but oh so far away. Is anybody else there? Mr. Coffee, are you out there? Is anybody out there? Arsenal fan. Someone. Move 11. High train. We have a minute left till the hub train dies. Hub train. E5. Bad move. F4. Guys. Sun Prism donated 1,010 bits. High train is close. High train is dying. High train is dying, guys. One person. Come on, random person. Donate 100 bits. Random person. We know we need one other person. Random bot. Donate 100 bits. We've got like 30 seconds left. Oh no. It hurts. I have 11 viewers. Why do I have just 11 viewers? 16 viewers, but still. I don't know, people get turned off by the thought of real chess. Analyzing, like, oh my god, that's like homework. No, we're not going to do that. Thinking hurts my brain. That's why I play chess. Guys, nice try, though, on the hype train. Thank you for your support. Alright, I normally don't advocate this, but given that black played e5 in 2 moves, and you're playing f4 in 1 move, I think that f4 is justifiable. But I also don't think it's the only way to play the position. I think the classical way to play this position is, it's not easy. What we normally will do is knight f3, knight d2, knight c4, followed by, or incorporating at some point a5. I also like to do bishop e2, a5, rook a3. Sometimes rook b3 can clamp down on the b file there. It's funny that Moisenko also played f4. And he wasn't cheating with Opening Explorer. Just kidding. Sorry, just kidding. Just kidding. Never play the f-pawn. This is incorrect strategically. Onetti could have donated 100 bits, but he had to steal his parents' credit card to do it, so that would be immoral. F4, if someone had just subscribed, yeah, a subscription would have done it. G-Souts could have done it, but he's already subscribed. Guys, it's all your fault. We start shaming people for not making a hype train. Hype train shamers. No, honestly, Morales, it's always hard to just try to decide. I want to say justify. To decide whether to play the anti-positional move that might be justifiable in a dynamic sense. This is a key square. If black doesn't establish a piece blockade of e5, I would say f4 is definitely good. So my biggest concern would be probably this. But I just don't think it's good enough. Because he can't maintain it, you know? If he plays knight d7 and is able to anchor this square, then black is like equal. And oftentimes, like, you'll see this. That's what Gunawan played. But again, he's like a tempo down. I've seen people get in trouble even not a tempo down. Well, I mean, to be honest, Morales, like, playing f4 is is a very common, like, first idea that pops up in everyone's head. And I think in most cases people play it blindly, without really taking the strategic ramifications of the position, fully into their perspective. It's a lazy move in many ways. Let's say f4 is like the lazy man's attacking move. Like, what would you like? Would you like to crack the lobster, or would you like to have the restaurant crack the lobster for you and then put the lobster meat on a plate? F4 is like the lazy way. You have them crack the lobster for you and put the meat on the plate for you. You don't want to be bothered to take your time carefully cracking the lobster shell, right, and do all the hard work. You just want to play F4 immediately. It's easy, it's simple, and it's cheap. Whatever, F4, okay. Who needs all these sophisticated, like, knight F3, knight D2, knight C4, bishop A3, whatever, So pawn takes pawn. Black has to hope to keep the square. So one plan is knight E7, knight G6. And see, Gunawan did this. Exactly the same thing. So he's hoping for this, and in addition, maybe knight D7 or queen E7 can come in and secure E5. Knight F3 here, and now bishop G3, exactly the game you were following in the opening explorer. Bishop G3. Sorry, I just like to joke. Now, this is an interesting point. Asterbate also had similar positions when he used to play the Czech Benoni. I remember analyzing Asterbate's games in Czech Benoni, and he had opponents try to do pretty much the same thing with white. We looked at some Czech Benonis where black just couldn't really get a good enough position. So here you diverge. At this point, Morales stopped cheating with the opening explorer and played bishop e7 because Stockfish said it was better. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, you're going to eventually quit watching if I keep saying you're a cheater. No, I'm just kidding. He's a VIP. He has 500 games. Though there have been some conspiracy theories about some people. Let's say, which is better? Fundamentally, I'm saying I'm acting like Morales is playing black or something. By the way, he's playing white. So bishop e7 is a developing move. Castling kingside looks like the right plan. You also have bishop f6, which is going to anchor that e5 square even more. So that's good for black. But Gunawan's move, which is more artificial, right, is like, okay, I'm going to take extreme measures, maybe give up my light square bishop, or be willing to give up my light square bishop to get control of e5. Here's the problem, though. Is there a situation where we're going to take back with the pawn? I mean, is that a valid possibility? I can take back with the pawn and then artificially, take away the e5 square from black by playing f4? Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible. There's a definite possibility of that occurring. Let's just say, like, for hypotheticals, you like went here, takes, knight d7, and then f4, and like, come on, black is like lost here. This looks really bad for black. I mean, objectively, the center is just too much. So I like black's move in your game a little better than bishop g4. It seems more. This seems more sensible. However, all right, you don't have any tricks. There could be instances where you can sack a pawn and play like d6, but that probably doesn't work as long as black has good control over d6. This is like not. This has to be considered, but it just doesn't seem to work. What does it do? I don't have this sealer sweeper or some kind of freeing pass pawn. But I would say if you don't look out, he's going to lock down e5, and then it's totally equal. It'll be like a Petrosian-esque blockade, and you won't be worse, but you won't be better. It'll be a deadlock. And you played a very cool move here, bishop c4. you know, which is a little ugly because your own bishop is blocked. But it does perhaps create possibilities of this breakthrough. What if black does? Just saying. You should hang out with Schumacher a little bit. You know, he likes to do stuff like this. You guys have a lot in common. E5 is Morales' favorite square. I just want to point that out. Coincidence? No, I mean, F6 is a move. I was talking about this the other night with a friend of mine who plays poker. Like, how I would act sometimes when I was drunk. I told him, like, basically, you know, I viewed, like, getting drunk while I was, like, playing, or drinking when I was playing poker as a way of, like, reaching another state of consciousness. And he was like, and if anybody gets this, I hope, you know, gets through, but he was like, nobody should ever be in that state of consciousness. But I'm just kind of joking, you know, like, no, nobody should ever be in a state of consciousness to play F6. My friend Solancy, who's a long-time veteran IM and a hardcore Benoni player, once in a while he would bust out the F6, and it was just like, I mean, what can you say? You know, I was like, cringe. I couldn't look, you know, I was just like, oh, I have to cover my eyes, like that kind of thing. But it's important, like, I think it's important when you have concepts that you be willing to be open-minded, and for every rule there are exceptions to the rule. You know, F6 might actually have some validity in certain positions. Emil would get away with it in certain positions. It would actually enable him to win games. You know, if the opponent didn't exploit it correctly. Can I, you know, sink a knight on e6? You just killed your bishop. I mean, no. F6 is not ideal. Black would rather play like bishop F6. You better have a breakthrough. If you don't have a breakthrough, I think you might be in trouble. You know, I like bishop F6. If you don't have this, which I don't think you have, although you do have these Sealer Sweeper themes. What are you doing after F6, bishop F6? Yeah, that's his problem. Yeah, Morales is right. His problem is that after bishop F6 castles, he can't play knight D7 because his D6 pawn is hanging. So in order to blockade E5, he has to drop his D pawn. It's like being on the freaking Enterprise. You can't beam Captain Kirk up unless your shields are down. And now you know what I'm talking about. You have to make a choice. Either you're going to beam Captain Kirk up or you're going to leave your shields up. You can't have both. Captain Kirk is going to have to stay on the surface. I'm serious, man. Sack the pawn. Leave Captain Kirk on the surface. I vote for leaving Kirk on the surface and just blockading the E5 square, man. But it looks like in this case we would lose another one. And then you might as well, like, no, we can't. No, okay. Takes. This is attacked. Whoa. Well, hold on a second here. So bishop takes d6, just hypothetically. Can black play it this way, you know, where he's sacking a pawn, literally? Now both bishops are attacked. You have to take something. You're both bishops. Bishop e5. Knight e5, bishop e5. And now d6, or queen h5. This is Morales City, man. Bust out the Morales attack. Radiation in the transporter. Very strong here. Yeah, so you've got it worked out. He can't quite negotiate that. He can't quite negotiate that. Just out of curiosity, Rubin's move is better according to the engine. Wow. So bishop g4, my suggestion was actually the best move, bro. Bishop g4, queen d2. That gets weird. Like, what are you gonna do? Castle queenside in the Benoni? Never castle queenside in a Benoni. So he just can't solve his problems here. Bishop c4 is a really great move here, and this is never going to be good in any respect. It's just a stopgap. Castles, knight d7. Oops. Yeah, radiation. Atomic power. Small nuclear reactor. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Well, I mean, nice try, dude. Sorry, what can I say? At least he got to trade some pieces off. Oops. At least try to trade queens. And he can't even go to e7, my god. Yeah, this is really bad. Phew. All I need is one check. Subtle. Queen e2. Subtle move. Wow. He freed up the c8 square. So you're going to come with the a5 next. Yeah, that's pretty ugly, man. Lock him down. Beam me up, Scotty. This is a good game, man. You, like, smoked this guy pretty good. Yeah. They're really, really good. And no blunders. And a kind of anticlimactic finish. He even misses king d6. I've noticed a lot of people, like, lately, they just do not resign ever. Basically. Really surprising this guy doesn't find king d6 here, being only one piece down. Knight e4, and then I would definitely resign. And then he hangs a rook, and you missed it. Ah. It's all destroyed. Rubbish, I say. He hangs the rook. Quickest way to win here is bishop takes a8, bro. Any day. Bishop takes a8. You've actually reached the point where you don't see bishop a8 because you're trying to move so fast. I question if you have enough time to finish this guy off. Down to 21 seconds. Watch the back rank mate. And that's entertainment. Now you got a mate. Wait, where's the mate? It's going to be mate 3. Rook e2 didn't help. Mate 2. Alright. The power of the new. Who is the power of the new again? Someone tell me who the new power. The new power is. Hey. Hey, new power. Never play the old Benoni, and if you do, don't waste the tempo. And even Marge Simpson's sisters know that. How have I lost my voice forever? Okay, we've got a double Sun Prism today. Double delayed Sun Prism. Well, one way to find out who the power of the new is, the power of the new is the power of the new. Uh-oh. Green Goblin. No, the power of the new is someone who's like banned from the stream or something. Oh no, they play the Grand Prix attack. You haven't been going to like Eugene Perlstein boot camp, have you? Oh my god, poor Arsenal fan. Arsenal fan got scammed into doing one of these, like, was it last week? He came to my stream. He's like, do you know who this guy is? Like, yeah, dude, you found the like least creative grandmaster in the world. Congratulations. I was like there when Perlstein essentially earned some of his only GM norms, where he barely became a GM. I mean, I helped him. I helped him by losing a game in a key tournament where he made a GM norm, because I hate the guy. And I was like 3-0 against him. And I swore I was going to beat him every time I ever played him, and I would never ever offer a draw or accept a draw. And I like freaking lost to him because draw was not an option. But anyway, he's a big supporter of this crappy Grand Prix attack, which I really think is stupid for white. It's so out of fashion too. Hey, let's just keep pushing an opening that was popular like 20 years ago, because we have no creativity. Alright, the power of the new. I don't know. Are you a subscriber? This and other questions we'll answer soon on the show. So, Acerbate. This is Acerbate's game. Why don't we look at it from Acerbate's perspective? See how things go wrong. Knight f3. Oh, God. Don't let it get me started about why they have the VCR buttons in chess sites. Someone should make a blog about it, honestly. Someone should make a blog about how to turn off the blogs. Don't make me watch blogs on lichess. Get some quality control. By the way. Alright, knight f3, knight f6, b3, g6, bishop e2, bishop g7. Say what? Let's do like a word association game, you know. What do you associate with this move? What word would you associate with this move? If everyone could have one word. My word is lose. I think my one word association with this is lose. Yeah, if I had multiple words, I would say I could try to lose, like trying to lose on purpose, if I had like multiple words. If I have to sum it up in one word, I would say lose. It's like a vulture accelerated. Really inappropriate vulture. What would ever possess Acerbate to play that move? He's never done anything like that before. You might have even like played a novelty on the lichess Opening Explorer. Holy shit. No. Wow, that's even scarier. That is even scarier. That's really scary. It's scary that 86 other people played this move. Oh my god, man. 86 other players played this move that just literally has no point. It's like you're trying to play Bughouse, or you want to play Knight G4. Either a Bughouse type of sacrifice, Bughouse / Crazy House, or we're trying to play Knight G4. Occupy the center with a piece. You could call it something. Yeah, it's a terrible move, but the thing that's surprising to me is like he has never done anything like this before. I have never seen him do anything like this before, not even remotely. I don't know. He doesn't normally do stuff like totally out of pattern. It's just a really bad move. But I would think, you know, d6 is particularly... Maybe he thought he had knight g4 and then realized your bishop's covering g4 or something. Or maybe that was his idea. You know, he wanted to play knight g4, which really doesn't do anything special. Let's say you castle. Anyway, he can't play knight g4. But you played the best move, which actually prevents knight g4 and sends his knight, like, reeling backward. I think every combination of 3 black-white moves are played on lichess. Wow. Yeah, probably. I would think so. It'd be hard to believe they weren't. I guess the question is how far you can go out. You know, 4? Dare I say 5? I mean... But I would say 3, yes, probably. That's just my guess. 3, I would say yes. 4, I would be unsure. I'm not a statistician. I'm just a hack. But this is terrible, Asterby. What are you doing? And how the heck does anybody have this position before? Alright, so you've achieved nothing but wasted time. Now you played e3. And now you're pretending you're playing like normal chess again. And you played d4. And this is actually, under the circumstances, a pretty reasonable move. It's also not really characteristic for Asterby. Probably white's best move in this position. I mean, d4 fights for control of e5 and increases our control of the center. And then black should probably play e5 anyway here. My guess as a King's Indian player. But I guess the issue at hand is you're defending your b2b. So if e5 takes, black maybe not able to do something like this. Or is he? So can we do takes? Bishop takes b2, knight b2. Ta-da! Or if you want to be really funky, you can try like knight takes f2. But who's being the ball in this position, white or black? I mean, you're being the ball. Be the ball. Check. Some minor weaknesses on the dark squares. King g1. And then queen takes b2. I mean, it looks kind of rough. But you're not necessarily lost. White is not down any material yet. In fact, he can take on c7. Alright, anyway. Let's see what the computer says. d5. Counterintuitive. Wow. e5 is good. e5 is good as well. But I feel like this is more counterintuitive. b5. This is like the second best move according to the engine. And it's giving you a dubious for playing the second best move. But it's a little loosening. I wouldn't play b5. I don't know. I could play it. I mean, I could take it or leave it. But I would choose e5. a6. Here, Asterby constantly puts the bishop on the wrong square. There's really no reason to put the bishop here except for the fact that he controls e4. It doesn't do much on that diagonal, and it's also vulnerable to attack. So I think you should go to e2. Thank you for castling. And now black plays e5. So black played, you know, black played a very classical type of double fianchetto setup here. Asterby, now is reduced to playing a really bad. White is reduced to playing a really, really bad kind of Zuckertort, Kali Zuckertort. Or a really sick sort of Caro-Kann with reverse colors. I've had a number of games where people do stuff like this. It's just horrible for white. had a very similar game myself just last week or something against someone here. But this is an inventive solution to the problem. If you can't, you know, maintain the position, just give it away. Acerbate, bro. That's not good. You lost your center. Preferable to trade on e5 than to just give your pawn away for nothing, I would say. I mean, you can protect the pawn, trade it, leave it there, or give it away for nothing. Your four options. Trade the pawn, leave it there, overprotect it, or give it away for nothing. Sign me up for number 4. Obviously, we're going to give it away for nothing. Knight takes. Alright. Bishop e2. Well, he saw the writing on the wall. He saw the threat, you know. He's showing defensive prowess. That discovery. That's where the bishop should have been in the first place, bro. I mean, I'm not one to like try to paint the game from the final result perspective. You know, I'm just calling it as I see it. Black is totally winning here. You're up clear pawn. White has played pretty badly. And now you play knight on cd e7. You know, which seems like a weird move in a way, but at the same time, this knight is a very typically like problematic piece in this position. So as always, in the Roy Lopez, in the Sicilian, it gets in the way, and you know, you should probably do like a Breyer maneuver, and what you did is kind of logical. The one drawback is that I guess your knights are redundant. And what are you supposed to play? Queen d7, developing, queen e7, developing, connecting the rooks, f5 a little loose. Stockfish will probably come up with a subtle move like h6 or something. But okay, this isn't so bad. And now c4. It's only a pawn. And after takes, the million-dollar question, which way does white recapture now? Intuitively, I want to keep my structure wholesome. Chess Riddler? Whoa. Were you always Chess Riddle? And I was calling you Chess Riddler. Chess Riddle. Did you change your name? Alright. Chess Riddle. You didn't change your name, did you? Guys, it's possible to take with the pawn here. And my idea is to sort of break through with c5. I like losing said pawns against random Slovenian grandmasters and then trying to like win a lost position. No, I think take with the bishop is the least logical move. You're Chess Riddler on lichess, yeah. I never really like stopped to think about the fact that your name was different by one letter on Twitch before. So I'd always just call you Chess Riddler no matter what. And my vision sucks anyway. I don't see the point in taking with the bishop, really. I mean, it's playable, sure. But with the knight, I mean, maybe this is gonna be something. But pawn takes is interesting because we could try to break black with c5. So I think like this is a little bit tricky now. Maybe a5 for you, for black. A little. If my dad had been a chess player, which he wasn't, but he would have said, a little prophylaxis goes a long way. So a little finesse here with the a5 may be worth considering. For several reasons. I guess, you know, you might have contended with like queen d2 or something. But even there, I mean, you've got a4, don't you? I'm not sure how he deals with a5. Is my latest petrol on the menu tonight? The menu was late to the printers. So we're doing QR codes tonight. As the chef was sick for most of the week. But we can always check the QR code. Ooh, we have to look back into history for that one. Jess Riddler. Thank God my keyboard works in this computer. The other one is a disaster. Dear Wanda, 3 days ago. Oh. Jesus. 3 pages long. That didn't come with a timestamp. 2/5. You did send. Oh, I was probably ill. What was 2/5? Was that like Monday? Oh my God, it was Monday. Now Monday I was okay most of the day, but I started to become ill late Monday. I'm recovered mostly. Copy. Alright, let's see. Turn link, add new chapter. Paste. Oh, you got a lot of... Damn, he's got the commentary in there. Alright. Let's get rid of that. Is that going to work? Okay. What? The name is familiar, though. Haven't we already seen that guy? Alright, we'll see. But anyway, we're on this game now. Sorry, Chess Riddler. We're doing the Aspirate game now. Yeah, have we covered this game? We'll see. What the hell am I doing? So you let his knight go into a5. There's just... Yeah, I mean, you have to see that coming, obviously, here. This is... very, very easy prophylaxis. I mean, this is a good move as well. Would normally be a good move as well, but you do have to watch for knight a5. So, in this case, like this looks like it might be a problem. This is like not ideal because we get kicked off the long diagonal. Yeah, I mean, my digestive system is functioning at like 50%. Alright, Mr. Slow. And I can't sleep at night, only during like the morning. So I have like basically somehow I ended up with like stomach virus and it's like having a stomach virus and jet lag at the same time. Here's another game. Okay. Mr. So has already submitted next week's game. He's on top of things. Germans, you know. Yeah, so this was a mistake. But anyway, you played instead f5. You gave him obvious counterplay now. King, bishop, white squares. The dude is not to be underestimated. And I like the way he didn't cash in right away. You know, there's no need for him to take on b7 right away. This is probably better. You have to play c6. And now the question is, does white have anything he can do? I'm not convinced. You know, I think he's still worse. You know, he's still just a pawn down. He's close, but no cigar. You know, e4, okay. What are you going to do? You can do e4, you can do knight c3, but eventually I'm just going to move my king, you know. And then it's like, I'll get the pawn back, but that's it. We're still down a pawn in the long run. I don't know if it's quite enough for Asabate. But instead he cashes in on b7 right away, which can't be bad. But again, I think simplifies for you, which is probably in your favor. So it's all pretty much forced. And now it's like, okay, what's he supposed to do? I don't know. I guess e4. But this looks like a King's Indian. You took here. You could have taken here. And then everything's like collapsing down the middle. He's threatening queen takes d6. It's like a bayonet King's Indian pawn sack line. Looks like. It just looks like this might be a problem. The ultimate amoeba. White might have the two bishops. 1, 2, 3. You're up pawn up, and you have, you face the ultimate amoeba. I mean, if black's position was a Rorschach test, what would it be? What is that? I say it's a frickin' delivery truck. Upside down delivery truck. What do you say black's position is? Whatever it is, it's America. It's a kneeling elephant. I don't know, but it's pretty powerful. Black is pretty powerful. This center is very powerful. Plus, you're up a pawn. So I think here you just like totally drop the ball. But you know your problem, you play too fast, and so does Asabate. E4, blip. You just auto-captured on E4. So now he takes here, he's got pressure on the D6, and now you're a little bit tangled up. That obviously cannot be lost or sacrificed. And he has bishop A3. Now rook D8. Black is like close to consolidating, but not quite. Asabate really needs like G3 to keep your knight off of F4. Now he goes over to G5 with a white square threat here. So presumably like Queen C8, Queen D7, and then basically Asabate ran out of ideas, at least consistent ones. I mean, I don't know what he should do. I mean, honestly, probably knight G5 is wrong. He's got you kind of tied down, at the moment. So, but I don't think like white really has quite enough. Maybe rook C1, right? I mean, here he might have some threats of taking here. Alright, so anyway, he plays knight G5, he plays Queen D7, and he goes off pissed with B4. I mean, it's not a terrible move, right? Trying to restrain your pawns. Both sides are playing too quickly. So how does... You must have berserked, because you have way less time. And now knight E4, knight B6, and I grabbed the pawn. Unbelievable. I can't believe he grabbed the pawn on A6 now. I mean, he could have grabbed the pawn before and he didn't. So he grabbed the pawn. He could have grabbed the pawn, but he didn't before, and I'm sure that he saw it. So he sees a pin on the A file. So what's the point, really? He zoned in on some other tactic like knight c6, knight f7 check or something like that. So he's gambling with this, but you surprised him with queen a7. Now you can stack him on the a file. Yeah, he's consistently just like, yeah, constantly threat, 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 threat. This doesn't really do anything. And you could have just captured it. Yeah, I appreciate if you guys want to make any predictions on tournaments that I'm playing. Please try to, predict my opponents to have the best possible results. Don't make any predictions for me to have a good result or something like that. Definitely jinx my opponents, not me. Please reserve the jinxing for other people. All right. That is the first rule. I fully support that. Do not say anything that will jinx me whatsoever. Very sensitive about that. I should have been an FM a long time ago. Alright, knight takes d6. Yeah, this is the variation, analysis variation. So d5. Why is this move so bad? Well, you just didn't solve your problem. This just totally kind of gives the game away. You play queen e7 to skewer him on the file, and then, b5 doesn't really do anything, clearly. Maybe you thought he had something. This. And this. And this. Which looks pretty real to me, actually. So my assumption would be this line. So there seems to be something here. It's a very strange variation. Unclear. Although I guess black would have two pieces for the rook. So black is winning. Peter loves two pieces for the rook, by the way. Okay, it was just chaos. Really just a chaos game. But black let it get out of control. And you basically still got two pieces for the rook. So technically, you're still okay. He made a mistake with 96. Well, what else could he do? He has to play some quiet move now. Okay, that's his problem. So he has to play this just simple quiet move, bishop b4. I'm not sure if Aspirate has the capability to find a quiet move. In this type of position where he's making threats continuously, suddenly find a quiet move. Yeah, the variation went pretty long. Up until queen a4. That was all analyzed by the engine. So even this is still okay for white, but after this, yeah, he went off. And so you're actually still winning or better here. You're still winning. Not obvious that you're winning, by the way. A lot of times Stockfish will give evaluations of +4 when it's not so apparent. Liam Pascal's best, you should try the Mora, dude. He did fine with the Vienna game, man. He just he's expanding his chess horizons. That's the problem with people who play one-dimensional stuff. He's already been there. He used to play the Bodler. I mean, this hypermodern stuff is his way of expanding his horizons. He's almost playing handicapped, essentially. by playing this b3 stuff. He was way stronger with... Way stronger. You know, he's not playing his best stuff. This is just like his third best opening, essentially. He's taking it easy on people. So this is a nice tactic. Hey, that's a nice pass you got there. The guy walked right into it. Wow, poor Sunk Prism. Wow, he set you up for that. That's so brutal, dude. Brutal swindle. I think that's the only thing. You got to be careful with him that you don't completely underestimate him. He's capable of playing badly, and usually because he plays too fast. But if you completely underestimate him, he will kill you. And that's what happened here. It looks like black kind of let the guard down. But at this point, you know, if it wasn't for the A pawn, I would say black was fine. Objectively, maybe better. The outside pawn provides white with chances. I mean, you could checkmate white on g2. Yeah, black does have chances here. Whoa. What about h5? I'm still not completely, you know, better from this virus. My stomach is making insane growling noises. Queen g8 check, king h6. How does white pursue the attack there? You play h5. To me, that would seem simpler than moving your queen again. It was very, very odd material imbalance, 3 minor pieces for 2 rooks. Pretty obscure. But if you don't have a piece, and one of white's pieces isn't in the game, it's safe to assume that black is better. Black has the more relevant pass pawn. The knights are really active. Bishop's a great defender, obviously. A pawn is way back on a2. Rook on a8. Actually, those rooks, the rook and queen are fine, but this lack of the rook on f1 being in the game, yeah, and the queen and knight tandem. I mean, white is going to get mated, on g2 or something, pretty quickly. It's nuts tag. But I'm just saying, if you play h5, there's a check here, but then it's white has literally no tangible threat whatsoever he can ever do. I mean, g7 is protected, g6 is protected, there's no mates. I guess there is one kind of trick, right? You could play rook a7, yeah. You could do this, take, and queen h8 check. So maybe you can't turn off your guidance systems completely and just go all out on the attack. The time is relevant too. I mean, Asteroid had way more time. If this was a berserk game, then black is running out of time. Rook c1, obviously missing something superior. Queen e8. I see, so queen e8 would force an exchange of queens, leaving white with an outside pawn in this ending, and taking away a lot of black's counterattack. He missed it. But I mean, who's thinking about trading queens when the opponent has 15 seconds left? Maybe not a bad idea, actually. Rook e1, and now queen g4 is mate. So, you see, I told you so, but you should have played h5. That's what I still keep thinking of. Why did you play queen, to defend g8 instead of just freeing a square for your king? Tying your own queen down to defensive g8 was a bad idea. You could have given your king a flight square instead, and then your queen would have been free to move around. Instead, your queen is like a babysitter. This is your real problem. The time is one thing, but if you could move your queen, you could, mess him up with queen g4 or something. That was a bad instinctual decision. Now g5. He plays queen d8. I don't think that even does anything. He faked you out. He played it to make it look like he was going to play queen e8. Now he thought you would, like, you know, pre-move queen e8 or something. You like to play aggressive as black. Used to play modern Scandinavian, but higher I go. What other aggressive openings do you recommend for black? Well, I think that's the case, you know, where hypermodernism is kind of like diminishing returns at the higher levels. But you're mentioning specifically, like, you know, 2 openings with for e4, you know, against e4. Well, I mean, I played Sicilian all my life, and honestly, the difference between the Sicilian and things like the modern and Scandinavian is that you get a little better control of the center. c5 like e5, they both fight for control of d4. I mean, you are fighting for control of a central square. And those are the only 2 defenses, right, against e4, where you are actually fighting directly for control, you know, of a forward central square, in this case d4. So hypothetically speaking, I mean, the Sicilian by definition has to be black's best defense. In terms of an aggressive defense to e4, the Sicilian has to be the only answer. It's dynamic, but it's not as extreme as things like the modern and the Scandinavian, you know, the peers. So I'd say you got to play the Sicilian, and there's lots of kinds of Sicilians to play that are more or less, let's say, hyper modern. And that's all. At some point, you have to just reach the point where you're accepting the fact that you either play e5 or c5, and other openings like are experimental, second tier, or kind of passive, like the Caro-Kann. And the Caro-Kann, for example, I never had good results with passive. I never had good results with the Caro-Kann. So for me, it's always been the Sicilian. Now I'm transitioning to playing some e5 because I'm playing strong players. I never needed to play e5 years ago. French defense is interesting, but it can be played aggressively more so than the Caro-Kann. It can be more dynamic. So I guess theoretically you could play the French defense in a very aggressive way. But there's some problems with the French defense, like the exchange variation. You know. Yeah. All right. Next, let's finish this off. It's hard for black to do anything without being able to move his queen. Now you finally freed up another square. Anyway, black's gaining time here, so this wasn't a berserk situation. This was from Tuesday. I misunderstood that it was a berserk game. Pawn to rapid. 420 plus 5. So 7 plus 5. Yeah, I was just mistakenly thought it was berserked. Black had never berserked, so he was still getting increment. He was still like capable of gaining time here. Down to 8 seconds. That's a bit of a problem. Alright, Astrobate, nice win. We'll see the exchange variation in your game. Oh, okay. So you're black. Congratulations, nice upset. I didn't realize Astrobate won the game, to be honest. I expected, you know, he like lost but still submitted a game. But he actually beat you. You know, nice upset for him there. But he's certainly beaten me a couple times, and he's capable of beating anybody. Yeah, French defense is, yeah, pretty much this is a fun killer. I don't like it for either side. I lost the last round of the World Senior by transposition in a French exchange. It was a Petrov, but just really sucks the life out of the position. You know, I mean, in blitz, I want to play like queen takes d5 or something. I mean, there's nothing you can really do, though, objectively. Like, queen takes d5 is an inferior Scandinavian, so you literally have to take back. You know, in blitz, you could play something crazy, but, you know, and I think, like, objectively, I like c4 the best for white. Again, creating dynamism, but that's not what most people who play the French Exchange are looking for, you know. Mostly the people who are playing the French Exchange are looking for a draw, or just to keep the game really boring and not dynamic, and no imbalance, to kill the imbalance, basically. My opponent in the World Senior in the last round, Grandmaster Maxim Novik, you know, obviously saw my games, and he decided in a tactical type position, if he took like the fun out of the position, he would have his best chance of beating me, you know, and so he did. It's hard for a dynamic player, I think, to deal with this. But bishop d3, you can try to turn the table on them and play c5. I think you should seriously consider this. It's just playing the Godiva c4 exchange French with reverse colors, but you're forcing imbalance on a player who, you know, patently doesn't seem to want imbalance. I would say that's a good thing. There is a question of being a tempo down, but statistically, it seems to be okay. I've checked this with the engine. The move that may be superior for white is f3. So theoretically, this move makes c5 like a Marshall defense. So you see my argument. Knight f3 is the most common move for a reason. It appears that bishop d3 makes c5 better, and that's why white should play knight f3 first. But if he plays knight f3 first, he limits like the number of variations he can play. I take no responsibility for Snedstag's suggestions. Maybe he didn't read the context of what you said. Okay, bishop d3, bishop d6. All right, stomach. So knight f3, and we go knight c6. Yeah. So you did. Well, it looks like you're going to try to do this Alekhine queenside castles type of thing, which a lot of people by now know how to deal with. It's been around 100 years. White now plays c3. Castles seems to be better. You're going to try to castle queenside. No, incidentally, I just want to mention the possibility of white playing a delayed c4. I don't think this opponent is going to do that. Yeah, and now knight e7 or queen d7. I do want to say, like, in general, you can't go by the statistics here in the opening explorer. This is the same principle as like, I don't know, the Mora Gambit. Mora Gambit and the Exchange French, although they're played for different reasons, tend to attract weaker players. So both the average players who play the Smith Morra, people who play stuff like this. Stronger players don't gravitate toward playing the white side of Exchange French. Stronger players don't gravitate toward playing the white side of the Morra. Only ones who have like some sort of mild mental illness or something. Therefore, the statistics are skewed to favor black. Objectively, black's position is like equal. Maybe here. But check out the score. It's like 18% white wins, 39% black wins. Are you kidding me? I'm not even sure black is fully equal. Damn, dude. Plus 0.4. Okay? You guys try to rationalize that statistic. Just look at the statistic here. It's 122 games, 18% wins for white, 42% draws, 39% wins for black. But white has a 0.4 advantage in this position because the average players with white suck and the average players with black tend to be better. That's why black's score is better. They're just better players. You know, it's not because the position is better for black. Good players don't play the Morra Gambit and they don't play the French Exchange. And if they did play the French Exchange, they would probably play it with c4. You know, unless they're playing for some specific reason, like some single game. You know, Maxime Novik plays against me in the last round of the World Senior because he wants to make sure there's absolutely no chance he loses, and he still has chances to win. It's a good thing to play if you know you don't have to win, but a loss is just not an option. You know, specific reasons like that. This position is not so bad for white. Queen d7. Now, the following move I don't like for obvious reasons. This is, you know, again, it's kind of, I look at it like being kind of similar to a Petrov for black. They're not like good players, dude, playing overly ambitious Snedsteg. They're just not as good players, you know. I just find it very hard to believe that people playing the white side of the French Exchange are playing too over ambitiously. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. They're mostly playing for draws or to not to lose, you know. Queen d7, bishop e3, but I mean this square is notoriously bad. I mean I call it the amputated octopus because the bishop is blocked by its own pawns. It's blocking his control of the half of the file. You know, the bishop's inhibited in two directions. Why would white want to put their bishop on e3 in this position? I mean, clearly this is a race situation where usually white goes with the pawn storm on the queen side, black goes with the pawn storm on the king side. My experience is that it's a little bit better for white. Playing for draws, white should be criminalized. Well, you know, I feel like draws are an important aspect of the game, but I understand the sentiment. It's almost like if there weren't draws, the game wouldn't be the same. People always hammer the draws stuff. If it wasn't for the existence of the draw, the game just wouldn't be the same. You know, it's important that it's there. Bishop e3. It's a bad move. I was thinking about like b4 right away. This is only played in one game. Obviously, rook e1 check. This has been played by some good players. You know, I don't really think queen e2. Knight d2 looks like a standard move. And what else can white do? You know, I don't see any real other moves. Bishop g5. The problem with this move is that while it induces f6 possibly, it will also allow black to maybe like expand his kingside pawns with gain of tempo. So it seems counterintuitive. So at the end of the day, you know, it's funny, there's only 30 games with queen d7. Is there any trick here with like h3? Can you play h5 or something? Can I just ask a question tactically? I mean, let's establish something, all right? I know you want to castle queenside and attack on the king side like Aliakin did, and everybody like is like advised to do that, playing for a win, and I've told people to do that. But like, really, what's the difference here between queen d7 and knight e7? I mean, specifically, when I see this, it just occurred to me that like, could there be a problem with say like h3, bishop h5, knight e5 or something? Just was curious about this. So knight takes here. Deep questions deserve deep answers. It's still not that simple though. Knight e5, queen h5, knight d3, queen e2 check. It's still drawish, although white is slightly worse. There's no way that he can really take advantage of you. But I was going to also suggest, you know, the craziness. Like, if you want to be crazy, it's too much. All right, you can't do the craziness. You have to play bishop h5. I mean, h3 ultimately weakens white's kingside. You like bishop e3. Well, I mean, okay, maybe I've been too harsh on bishop e3. Maybe we're all being too harsh on bishop e3. And who cares if like white lost 2 games with it? What does that mean? Nothing, you know. So Deep says he likes bishop e3. Okay. I don't like it itself. But, you know, if the bishop just gets out of the way of stuff, you know, maybe it's okay. It allows white to maybe develop and connect the rooks, but I don't know that connecting your rooks is so important here. I think the point with this is, the problem with bishop e3 is that it's just not necessary. You know, the bishop's already developed. The problem with this move is not only that it's obstructed, but it's just already developed from c1. You know, if white were going to castle kingside, we could maybe like think about, when black were going to castle kingside, we could fight for control of the e-file. But the truth is, this position is about like a4, b4, knight e7, f6, g5, h5, h4. We're going to be attacking each other like with pawns on opposite sides, you know. The e-file doesn't really come into it that much. I don't think like white is going to really need to have their William Pascal is best. Do you ever ask relevant questions? So bishop e3. I'll just answer questions with questions. I'm like in depth analysis of a position, and we're like asking irrelevant questions. You remind me of someone. And we established, you said you're not from India, right? You sure about that? I get this. Now, I've seen bishop e3 come up. I had a student who played a position like this a couple years ago. They castled queenside. The opponents both started like attacking each other, and all of a sudden white came up with this like c4 at some point. It was weird. So it was something similar. White had put the bishop on e3, supporting d4, might create the possibility of c4. Alright, let's see. So knight on gd7, knight on bd2, castles queenside, and now a4. And now Now, very interesting move in the one game in the opening floor here that was played by Black. Rook d8, and the point is to give the square for the knight retreat back to d8. This is actually, this could be a correspondence game. In fact, I think it's likely, because I don't remember that player being an over-the-board Polish master. This is probably a correspondence game. It looks like more people tend to play b4, maybe. There's also this idea. Yeah, I mean, strangely, in the other game, the player did something like c4 at some point, which is kind of counterintuitive, that I was talking about. So a4, okay. And then f6. You know, your move is new. This was played before. There's no reason to play that right away, I guess. f6 is reasonable. b4, and now g5. Well, you're relying on putting your knight on a5 here. It's not going to be available, obviously, if white plays a5. There's also the possibility that if you put it there, they can play knight b3 and knock it off. You might be able to deal with that. The bigger question is how you're going to deal with a5. So this is a bad move. So if a5, what are you going to play now? You're going to just put your knight on b8. There is another possibility that the knight comes in here and we land an outpost on c5. I don't need to see the engine to know that white is better here. It's pretty chunky too. We're looking at plus 1.2. I've seen this happen to other players. All I'm going to say to people is, like, if you're going to play this way with black, just know what you're doing, because it's not like, oh, castle queenside and you beat them, you know. I think if you play this line perfectly, you know, you get chances, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. I'll just give you an example. Example I've used was this guy. I've told the story before, but there was this guy who was like an FM strength player who always played the French Exchange. He like played for a draw every single time. At a tournament somewhere in the early 2000s, he went to some big open like Beal or something. And the guy gets paired with Rajabov, and Rajabov's playing the French. So 2300 FM playing white against Rajabov. Now, just for example, you know, what does Rajabov do? Does he do the castle queenside, go crazy shit and try to play like Alexander Alyakhin? No. He actually takes the guy into his like draw zone. Castles kingside plays the most like perfect, you know, correct, and grinds the guy down in an end game, you know, with the like tiniest advantage. But I thought it was so impressive, you know, that Rajabov would conduct the game like that. You know, he's not going to roll the dice. Instead, he actually beats the guy at his own game in this like really boring sort of symmetrical, slightly better position. It just goes to show you, you know. But, you know, if you prefer this, you prefer this. Whatever works for you. Okay, knight f5 now, and then queen b3. And this definitely looks a little bit weird. So clearly white needs to go with something quickly. Queen b3 is a bit odd. And now you played this rook he8. We have to caution everyone that Sun Prism plays too quickly, and usually these are relatively fast-paced games. What is this? 10 plus 5. But you do have a tendency to play too quickly. Finally, like, you think you'd have to, like, get this guy to sign a contract to attack your knight on c6. Now knight a5. Not possible. Now initially you planned on playing knight b8. Now you decided to play knight e7 because it was available. Yeah, I'm not sure that the b8 is better in this case. This is protected. You didn't need that, though. I mean, you could obviously play knight b8. This is indirectly protected. But you can see that white is superior here. White's attack is a little bit faster than black's. Here. And that's not an offensive move. This is just analysis variation, sorry. Alright guys, I'm going to take a break for a minute, get some water. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Hold on, and we'll get back to this game in a minute. Be right back. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back. Hey! Be quiet out there! Hey! Alright. So, Rumpelstiltskin. That was weird. Look at that blood red. The blood red. There's a new feature. You can see blood red. Fill your eyes when you click on that move. Gonna need a big hut train. We need to plan for me getting vacation so it doesn't go stir crazy. Where did that come from? No shit, man. Nice suggestion. I'm just wondering where it came from. Do I look that crazy? Like I'm turning into Jack Nicholson? Just asking. Do you get the Shining feeling with me or what? I'm going full Jack Nicholson. Hey, acerbate. We want you to stay forever and ever and ever. Anyway, whatever happened to our big king side attack here? Some prism sort of pulled back a little bit. Sort of fainted kingside attack. I'm not in the game. I'm not in the game? Oh, I mean, I'm not in the game variation. Alright, yeah, you're right. Alright, sorry. So B5, yeah, this was just an analysis variation. The A5 was the analysis variation. That's what I said he should have played. Okay. Right. All this time that was all outside the game. Alright. That makes more sense now. Yeah, but B5 is pretty tragic. I mean, this is clearly... It's like doing G5 too early in the Najdorf. In like a opposite sides Najdorf. Clearly advantageous for you. Swapping pieces. Now we have an interesting possibility of maybe tossing the knight into C4. But I'm concerned about knight C5. Now here black's letting you wreck their structure. Yeah, you did an insane thing here that I wouldn't have considered. I shouldn't call it necessarily insane. Another parallel with the Najdorf can be drawn. There are instances, speaking of Ruben Gunawan, there are instances where you can do like knight a4 in the Najdorf with white and let the opponent take with the pawn. Well, I mean, I think the computer's going to go for some sort of simple like take, double the pawns, and then white's king is vulnerable at h2. It's not very deep. Take on b3, take on b3, take on f3, take on f3, queen h3, and white is lost. It's actually pretty hard to see a defense there. But what's the difference between taking on b3 first? So, yeah, I mean, you could have done this, then take here, and then you have queen h3, and the point is it's not mate. It's funny, I had a game like this week in an offhand blitz where a similar thing happened. It took me a long time to actually checkmate the opponent. There's no, simple like takes here. There's no way. There's no easy way to finish white off. As bad as this looks, it's going to take a few moves. Because f2 is protected. That's really the key. This is protected. So you can't do the bishop g3, queen h2, queen f2 type of mate. It's not that easy to finish him off. But knight b3 is a really bad move. But I'm curious why, you just didn't see it. I mean, bishop takes f3, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's going to transpose. I mean, you could do this as well. It would still result effectively in the same thing, I guess. Yeah, really a little too creative. And now white played c4. Yeah, well, you gave white too much opportunity in this game. This is, you know, obviously a point of concern. White should never have played the queenside like he did with b5 first. But I don't know, it's still, that's another question to what he should do now, you know. I was wondering if white should consider, white consider maybe unpinning with bishop e2? I don't know. He tried to be more active. Now you have a legit, like, pawn storm. Natural looking move d5 to attack the square and take, you know, ownership of d4. Hard to criticize white for d5 though in this position. But maybe he has better. Maybe he can break the pin. So I guess the move that comes to mind is like queen e1. There's a craftier move though, I didn't see. This is bad. Now he really gets mated. He boxes his own king in with queen e1. I didn't see this though. You know, bishop takes f3, bishop e6. So he can break the pin with queen b3. If you take there, so king b8 or something. And then white can, well, presumably just like go away. And now it looks like black might be in trouble. Well, maybe is more realistic. More realistic term. So d5 wasn't as good as that. And then this move gets the award for materialistic move of the day. But it's more dangerous than it looks. I mean, you know, b6 and bishop a6 is now mate with that bishop on a7. It looks like a materialistic move. It is a materialistic move. But it has some venom. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Like, it's counterintuitive. It looks like you should ignore him. But king b7 might be better. I don't blame you for what you played. Well, actually, I don't like what you played. I mean, I expected you to play h3 and ignore him that way. You played bishop takes f3, and that move is hard to understand. I have no idea what you're thinking with this move. He's in a kind of uncomfortable pin. You can, like, you know, undermine him there. But he does seem to have the threat of b6. But my problem with, like, bishop takes f3, like, what, you know, what are we doing about the white squares after that? I'm kind of shocked to see you play that. This doesn't look like a miracle either. You know, king b7 doesn't do that much for black. Ooh, white even has b6 here. What is the deal with this? Wow. Holy crap. B6. Now you want to see something crazy? H3, Queen B3. And that's sharp. And the engine has a deadly equal in most variations. Very sharp position. So you traded on F3 unprovoked. I don't like this move. And then black played fancy chess with B6 basically. Now what are you thinking? You need a reason not to play this. Just like his bishop's not getting trapped. He can attack you, you know, you can attack him with G4, but it's nothing special. You do H3 and then stuff like B6. I just don't understand why white would be so fancy as to play B6. This is totally like unnecessary. First of all, who knows, like even this might work, right? That would be funny. Queen takes D5. Bishop takes H2, check. King takes H2. Queen takes D5. Bishop A6, check. Queen B7. Classic position. Yeah, so he gets too fancy. You play King B7. Now he just recaptures. And now his bishop's in serious danger of actually getting trapped. So he sacks it, and he probably has to. Yeah, and the question is how much compensation he has. Enough, not enough, or too much? That's like I was saying today. 3 kinds of chess players play in chess tournaments these days. Professionals, children's, and pensioners. I'm not any of the above. Alright. Guys, please donate and support the tournament coming up. I will be streaming, if I'm well, tomorrow morning. I'm still just getting over this virus. I'm still not 100%. We're only operating at around 60-70% right now. What did I get? Did I get a game? That's Mr. Slow. Chess Riddler may have submitted a game. I'm feeling kind of weak. So is it children's? Professionals? Or pensioners? I don't know, Statistic. I'm fading fast. I'm still not recovered, so if there's any other games, you're going to have to be submitted soon. Did you submit a game? Well, we've got Bishop B4 here. For those of you that don't know, white can get a couple pawns and march. Yeah, I mean, you got to take this pawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. 2 pawns for a piece. 3 pawns if you take on G5. Make it 3. Make it so, number 1. I would say black has no losing chances. Win is not a guarantee. Whoa. Uh-oh. Is someone behaving badly again? Is it true you can't get over 2K unless you spend at least $1,000 on coaching? Jesus, dude, have you been reading blogs on lichess again? Please tell me none of you guys like read this crappy blogs that people put on this site. You can count on one hand like the number of like valuable things that I've seen. But lately there was some people even like posting blogs about whether you should pay money for coaching. Posted no doubt by coaches who are interested in collecting people's money. Noel Studer. It's just disgusting. I don't even want to think about it. I'll focus instead on the American like presidential and political situation. It's more satisfying. Dude, of course you can get to 2,000 without coaching. It's just a question of how smart you are, how much time you devote to it, and what your methodology is. There was a world before chess.com, and there was a world before lichess blogs, and there was a world before, whatever. I mean, you might want to buy a few used chess books or go to your local public library and take out some books or download some illegal copies or something. I mean, there's a lot of ways to improve at chess. But one way to not improve at chess is to read lichess blogs. Alright. Next. Don't believe anything you read on the internet is a good rule of thumb. So queen e3 check is a mistake. Now, we're walking back to b7. Well, the problem here, I'm saying, like, even in the position we just looked at, like queen takes g5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, white has a piece down for 3 pawns. Sensei, are you serious? Do you want to be put in a category with Uber driver? You're like shadow banned? You're banned. You're like banned without knowing it. Uber driver's been banned for like 2 years. He just doesn't know it yet. Talking about Fred and Barney and everybody else. Yeah, sadly, I think that Fisher would read probably anything because he was a massive conspiracy theorist. It was probably part of his problem. Conspiracy theorists are naturally drawn to poorly sourced information like blogs. They want to try to make their conspiracy theories, fit in. But, I mean, I think White has to get some pawns here. If he doesn't, he's down a piece. What I find strange is, like, White's reluctance to take this pawn with check. I can't really understand. The only thing I think is he said, okay, queen d6, and I'm afraid to take this pawn because of the g file. But g2 is a white square. Black's pieces are primarily dark square inhabitants. We also have a check on e3. So if h3, I think the position might hinge on something like this, essentially. But as I said, I think it's basically Black has really no losing chances. It's a question of whether, Black wins because he's up a piece, or White hangs on for a draw. Yeah, but I mean, I think a lot of the same stuff can be said about other things like music. Today I saw like the BBC. There was an article by some Indian chess playing girl that like, how obstructed her career in chess has been, and how if she was a man she would have been more successful. I mean, to be perfectly honest, a really, really average chess playing woman can make a lot of money right now, like streaming chess online. Whereas a guy would have no shot. You have to be like at least a master to be a chess streamer as a man. Women have a built-in advantage. And she was complaining about, how her image and just how she looks and all this other stuff, and how she doesn't get the same opportunities of men. And I mean, dude, this is the most opportunities women have ever had at this point in chess by far. We're still seeing complaints by women chess players. It's unbelievable. It's not like women's football, man. I think in a lot of cases women have had more opportunities than men. It's harder being a male chess player at this point. The only chess player in Hungary who gets any support seems to be this one girl who's playing in the tournament I'm playing, Joka Gal. She's like everywhere, constantly. Even though she's only like 2300 something, she's treated like a celebrity or something. I don't really quite understand it. I think in Hungary it's kind of cliquey. There was this other guy, Adam Kozak, who had a lot of support from the Chess Federation for a while. It's just political and sort of cliquey here because this is a smaller community. It's not really based on skill. But I don't know, man. It's not just chess. I think it's everything. Music, culture. Culture is declining, in a sense. Quality culture is in some sense of decline. But lichess, the blog thing is really gross. Maybe it's not the blogs; it's the blogs that people make. The fact that there are blogs is the blogs they choose to make are so disgusting. Do you want to start blog mocking? I mean, the rubber ducky thing, it just pales in comparison. So what do you got? Avatique chess mood. AI generated, 9 strategies. You always add a number in there on how to play chess endgames. Totally stereotyped shit. Then a totally random thing, the duck method. The only thing I actually like are these like lichess games of the month. At least that's like something about the site that's actually, original. That doesn't offend me, Alright. There were some really bad ones lately. So anyway, let's go back to the game. So queen c5, and white going for queen a5, but no other threats. White's threat is queen a5. What's your threat? Queen a5. Would you like to resign? Yes. What's the problem with white's position? Well, he's down a piece. What's the other problem with white's position? He only has one threat. What's the threat? Queen takes a5. Okay. Once you know those sort of symbolically mysterious facts about this position, it all begins to make sense. Okay. I thought maybe rook a8 would be good enough here. Yeah, but I mean, looking at this move, this is over. And a nice little shot, bishop a6 check. But sadly, it just doesn't do anything. Black just plays king b8, queen b5 check, and king a7. My assumption would be that like white is losing, but he's doing so in a very flashy way. Rook f c1, another cute move. Just inability to attack on the dark squares. You cannot get in on this square, this square, this square, this square. There's no way in on the dark squares. Decline in chess culture. The shit that makes it into mainstream media is just such garbage, too. I am not sexist in the least, but if I see another article about women complaining that they don't get equal treatment in chess, man, I mean, it's like a joke. You know, at this point, any average woman can make more money than me, even though I devoted my entire life to chess. Any average skilled woman can make more money than I can at the sport. So don't complain to me that, like, women are discriminated against. I mean, it's, like, absurd. It's almost like a meme, you know? Women have a decisive advantage at this point, the way the chess ecosystem is. There are many fewer women playing chess. They have a built-in advantage because they are so few in number. Queen b6, d6, just... The BBC article I read, sorry, I just had to get it off my chest. But most of the people they get to write articles for major news outlets about chess is just some random coffee gopher from the news office who didn't have anything else to do. So, write an article about some chess thing, okay? We haven't had a chess article in a while. Bishop takes d6 for just a piece. Okay, game over. Nice knowing you. Yeah, nothing to see here. It's like one of my blitz games now. Very nice. Okay, Chess Riddler. Just give me a break with the blogs and women complaining that they don't have as much opportunity in chess. Because that is just, like, blatantly untrue. I have a great idea for you guys. Check this out. So, I was honestly, like, so sick of people playing. Chess Riddler is white. He's included in an Italian game. I don't know if he's still here. Did the Riddler leave the building? That was great. No, I mean, 90% of chess players, online chess players, are men. So they want to watch, like, beautiful women streaming rather than beautiful men. Or whatever. An average skilled male chess player has no chance streaming online. Whereas, I just said it, so sue me. I think Chess Riddler left. G-South's like duck chess feature would save it from what? I don't understand. It would save it from what? What does it need to be saved from? G-Souths, what are we saving lichess from? From not becoming chess.com? Alright. So I'm going to turn off Open Explorer. And I want you guys to play a little game with me. Let's say you're tired of people playing the freaking Italian game, right? And you just want to resign everyone. Every single time that someone plays this against you, you're like, I want to play the Roy Lopez. But, nope. You've played 100 games in a row, and the only thing that people will play is Bishop c4. And you're sick of it, right? So you're like, okay, I'm going to invent a new variation today against the Italian game. I'm going to invent a playable new variation against the Italian game. What if I told you I did? Would you believe me? Let's just say there's this gambit, right? This has a name. The Russo gambit. For example, this is playable, it's dubious, it's probably not good. It's like a worse version of the Schliemann. But if white is like a noob, they can mishandle it. Like bishop g8. I'm pretty sure Steinitz played it. Although I might be wrong. Maybe Steinitz played bishop c4 f5. I can't remember. It's similar. Alright, so you ready? So we want something to play to mess with these Italian game players, but we've tried everything, right? I've tried g6. You know, it's very easy to deal with. It's not such a good move. h6 is trash. Ask Asterbate. Asterbate has a great score against h6. I'm great against everything. Just ask my supporters. Trump is great against h6. He's cracking up, right? Now b5, you're getting close. b5 is an interesting suggestion, but it's as unsound or unsounder than f5. This is a nice idea. I like it, but it's just too much. You know, there is, and it's worth consideration, nothing new under the sun. Blackburn's knight d4. Blackburn's knight d4, which Bronstein, you know, in his famous book, 200 Open Games, he quipped that it's not clear who this is. After knight takes c5, queen g5, it's not clear like who this is a trick for. Bronstein's point was like, without pre-computer era, it's not clear like who this is good for, essentially. Who's tricking who here? Joseph Henry Blackburn was a checkers master. He was a games master and one of the best players, you know, in the 1800s. But this is one of his favorite traps. He would intentionally play knight d4 to try to get people into this position. b5, b5 after bishop takes b5. We looked at this, and I made the comment to someone that this is basically like, it's just a bird's defense where you're just missing your b pawn. You know, it's not great. So after b5, bishop takes b5. It's hard to come up with legitimate defense. I suggested maybe 97 or b8. This is a really good structure for black. No. b5 is not really in the discussion. Believe me, I considered everything. So what does that leave us with? You know, something really bad, like, I don't know, bishop b4, just losing a tempo and getting a terrible position? No. The standard replies, this looks like not the Royal Lopez. So what do we have? Queen e7? Anyone? There's only one move left. I mean, d6 is a standard variation, although it really lacks a name. There's one move that's never been played, OTB, that deserves to be played. It's never been played, as far as we know here, in the Masters database. It's been played on lichess. f6 sucks. It's a terrible move. f6 is a terrible move. No, it's actually it's a better move than f6. No, d5, that looks like something Asterbate would have played. I'll give you partial credit for d5. Maybe d5 has some playability to it. No, the idea is knight a5. I mean, this is really fascinating. There are literally no games with knight a5, and you know, it's not good, but I don't see like players with white necessarily handling it well. You know, what exactly is white supposed to do? He has several options, but they're hard to choose between. And I think this is very playable on a blitz rapid level. I wouldn't play at OTB in a long game. Would you believe that I played it twice and both of my opponents played the exact same move? Mr. Sohan's like, Mr. So, would you like to join the club? Mr. So is joining the club of Sladgy's opponents. Wow. You're joining the club of my opponents. Both lost. Bishop takes f7. But you're in good company, Mr. Slow. Bishop takes f7 was played both times against me by my opponents. People inherently want to be aggressive. It also harkens back to, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop b3, knight a5. Arsenal fan jumped the option of sacking the piece here. And Paco Vallejo has a game like bishop takes f7 here. This is better because this rook is kind of more exposed or something. Even this is only like equal. No, Mr. Slow, but you get like bonus part credit. Because after bishop takes f7, according to the engine, white is better by a third of a pawn in this position. No, the engine says this position is 0.3 better for white, so it's really close. I think it's worth, if you really know what you're doing, it's so tempting. Bishop f7 is so tempting, it's playable and even like maybe slightly better for white. I had 2 games where both my opponents like took here. Game 1 I played king e6, which is a mistake. This only gives white extra chances. You're supposed to play king e7. And the worst move is king f6. Because after king f6, you can get checkmated right away with this move. This is awesome. Sorry, I love this line. So this is what I spend my time doing. Like, your unbelievable strategy, right? Here, check. Here, check. That's an awesome position. That's what chess is all about, right? I'm trying to checkmate myself as fast as possible. Okay, but no. I mean, the main point would be like mate. Obviously we suck him out here, and gradually checkmate queen d5. No. King e6 is a mistake, but not as bad. After king e6, queen g4 check. I can't take it. I have to go back, and this improves white's chances. So I should just play king e7, which I did in my second game, where it happened. And after king e7, the funny thing happened. White lost in white effectively got a lost position like 3 moves. Of course, this is like very typical. Queen h5. Oh no. NJCH. I can't pronounce your name, but you're welcome to join us. How could I be part of your class? You're here, you're part of the class. You're 19 from Zambia. Like Sumatoe. Oh, welcome. You could never allow such a thing, even I know it's playable. This is what happened in the game. G6, knight takes G6 check, pawn takes, and wait, does this seem right? This isn't what happened, is it? Queen h5. No, I'm crazy. I must be lying to you guys. Did he really play queen h5? Queen h5? Did he really do that? I wouldn't have played... No, I would have played g6. This seems right. Queen h5, g6. Knight takes g6, check. Pawn takes g6, check. No, I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. I think I actually saw a different variation. But this is the best, d4. But anyway, I don't want to show this. I want to show you guys the truth. Alright, like bishop e2 is okay. I think this is a solid choice. Even the Kopeck style, would be slightly better for white. But the best move is knight takes e5. I can understand that, Mr. Slow, not wanting to play this, of course. I'm just suggesting it as if you just want to bash, noobs. It's a very good way to bash noobs. Now, we play knight takes c4, and after knight takes c4, we're down a pawn. But it's okay. Objectively, I don't claim black has compensation, but there's a playability to black's position. My first idea was d5, and it's playable, but the better move is first knight f6. Here I need to do more analysis. I haven't, for example, analyzed castles. I analyzed the most obvious continuations, like e5, d5. Now, without cheating or using an engine, can anybody here guess white's best move in this position? E5 is a mistake. It's inaccurate, but just saying. For example, how many people would find the best move for white here? It's not very intuitive. The best move for white is knight a5. Obviously, right? I mean, who's not going to find that? Of course it's knight a5. It's like, whatever, dude. I mean, who's going to play knight a5? All right, anyway, the other... So I'm refuting... And this is better than the Eric Rosen gambit. I mean, come on. Knight f6, d3, d5, and this is main line. And now, pawn takes pawn, and if we recapture, white is a pawn up, but we have the bishop pair, some compensation, not enough, but we have bishop g4. And this is the end of my analysis, basically. A playable and stupid system to frustrate noobs who play the Italian game, but really don't know what they're doing. Better than the Stafford Gambit. I would stand by the argument this is better than the Stafford Gambit. We're basically messing up people's Italian game. White has two moves. F3, and we bring it back to c8. Or you could be more provocative with bishop f5 if you like. I don't see the reason to do that. We've done our damage. We go back. We're going to pick off the pawn on d5. We've induced weaknesses in white's position, and it's playable for black. The best move appears to be queen d2. Black will take this pawn on d5. Let's see what the engine says. White's advantage has crept up. I was hoping for like 1, but it's 1.3. Okay, but that's again best move. If you play f3, bishop c8, queen e2 check, bishop e7, 1.1. No, so average moves is like better for white by 1 pawn. And again, we're talking about computers playing each other. Perfect play. Unopposed light square bishop has a lot of long-term potential. I think it's underrated. I just say black's position is a little underrated. You know, I came up with this in one day, inventing like a refutation of the Italian game. Playable refutation of the Italian game. And now we take the pawn or what? Yeah, knight takes d5. I think it's playable. It's not that bad. We're down a pawn, but we created some discombobulation in the white position, and we have the bishop pair. How bad can it be? Alright, anyway. I'm not sure if we got intriguing. Is that good? I just put all that analysis in the chess Riddler game. By the way, because it was, yeah. Did we do this already? Didn't we already do this last week? What is Chess Riddler doing? He's like submitting the same game again? Yeah. Chess Riddler has trouble keeping up with last week. Alright. Well, anyway, let's see. Do we have another game? Are we all done? Am I done? Sensei, was there someone else who has a game? I can only do like max one more game. Where's my study? I'm feeling it. I'm still weak from food, whatever it is. Stomach virus. If there's no more games, I'm gonna like I'm gonna quit. Chess Riddler's games from last week coming. Alright. This is last game. Welcome to the player from Zambia and everywhere else. in between and around. Yeah, there it is. I shared for free. I didn't even create a blog about it. Refutation of the Italian game. No, but make people think for themselves. I did a chess video a long time on this. Eat more muesli. No, I mean, I had food virus. I had a stomach virus. Yeah. I don't know if muesli is the solution or the answer or the problem. I like the muesli, don't get me wrong. I need to restore my gut bacteria because there is none anymore. I can't talk because my throat is destroyed from like vomiting for 2 days. I sound like one of Marge Simpson's sisters. This game involves crazy swings. It's a poker reference. Oh, by the way, maybe I should do like a Red Dead Redemption poker stream tomorrow to prep for my Saturday. A burger? Better be a good burger. Are you serious? Don't say things like that to me. How old are you? Sun Prism, are you above or below 30? You don't have to like give us a specific age. Are you above or below 30? Alright, copy. I'm not sure if burger will harm or help me at this stage. Burger could go either way. Yeah, I think it's age related. It's not like I had a bad drinking binge and my stomach's messed up. I mean, I'm talking about like my whole family was sick for like 3 days. It's not like a post-drinking binge, stomach problem. Alright, what is this? Chess? I was thinking of doing Red Dead Redemption stream, but we'll see. I don't know if I have enough energy. I really need to practice my poker on Red Dead Redemption to get used to like really bad players again. Last week was really bad. Study. Here we go. Alright. It's today the 8th. It's already February 8th. Guys, please support the stream. I'm trying to raise money for a tournament in 2.5 weeks when I won't be able to work. And since I'm broke, I need your financial support to offset the opportunity cost of not working. Burger but cooked in the oven. Or on the grill. I love a good burger. Friday nights is a good burger time, but we'll see how I feel tomorrow. My son is like, he's like eating everything 2 days later. He's unbelievable. He's like total immunity. Alright, I want to add a game here. Yeah, I think it's age related though. I just don't recover. I'm not recovering from a stomach flu as quickly as my kids. Alright, is the game in there? It is. This is with black. Tell me you're playing this with black. It's okay. It's a beefeater. Wait, you're white. You sure? The Owen. Oh, Steinkohl. Cooked in the oven. I mean, I don't fry burgers, although a lot of people do, obviously. I mean, the classic way, yeah, you're talking like McDonald's frying burgers, sure. Classic hamburgers can be fried. I always prefer grilled burgers, although I don't like Burger King. Mr. Slow is a big fan of Burger King. And he's one of our sponsors, so I won't say a bad thing about Burger King. But I'm a Wendy's man myself. We don't have any Wendy's here in Hungary. Alright, you're white. D4. What's up with the d4, c4? I mean, since when are you doing this? I'm glad to be in company with Gata. Bishop g7. We're both crazy, but it's all on this. We're on the spectrum. Knight c3. Probably should go e4. I mean, dude. Do you know how many games I've played with white in this position? Probably quite a few. White has e4, knight f3, g3, knight c3. There's just like a really weird vibrating sound. Sometimes my fish tank, which doesn't have any fish. I'm so broke I don't have any fish. In my fish tank I just have snails. Can Kamsky match that? You hate Burger King? But what about Wendy's? Mr. Slow, do you like Wendy's? Wendy's has the best burgers on the East Coast, at least. I don't know about Sonic and stuff like that. Like, I never really spent any time in the West Coast. All I know is, like, East Coast burger chains, the only one with a decent hamburger is Wendy's. Burger King's terrible. One of them, like, I was in recently, like, a few years ago. I wanted to report it to, like, the Board of Health. McDonald's is really average. And obviously, a home-cooked burger is better. You know, smaller businesses and restaurants. But I'll still take Wendy's. Oh, you meant e4 instead of c4. I love talking burgers. Wow. You had it. Wow. So they tried. Oh my god. Oh, well, theoretically. Yeah, theoretically e4 is a better move. But I mean, there are people who will tell you that this is a mistake. Roman would be like, you know, Roman taught me to play this for black. He's a big believer in it, and I agree, it's like very effective. But I think ultimately, like, there was this U.S. Amateur Teen Championship where Karpov came to play, and just as like a special guest or whatever, he played a bunch of amateurs and like one IM or something. And I think the IM, maybe it was Ron Burnett. I don't remember. Somebody, and it makes sense because I think Ronald would probably, he's very Nimzovician. Ronald very, very likely would have played something like this against Karpov. Karpov just accepted it, you know, where most people are like afraid of it. But I think it takes a very strong player to play this type of position well, you know. I'm not going to argue that it's definitely good for black. White has to be a very skilled player to handle this type of position. It's not that it's good for black, it's just that it's harder to play for white, you know. So on c5, you don't have a choice. You can play like Krivonosov played against me a million times with the ultra lame e3. You know, that's your alternative. Or knight f3 takes, and then knight c6 and e3. Hey. Or you can always do knight c2 in English, right? Rubinstein reversed. Once Ilya Smirin played this against my friend David Vigorito and like had to offer a draw in like 10 moves because his position was so bad. Bishop takes c3, b takes c. Theoretically white is okay here, but you have to be. Yeah, I mean the sniper, well, it's been around longer than that, but yeah, I wouldn't call it that. This is a Rubinstein English, and otherwise it's a Gingy Indian or even an older reference, the Beefeater attack for black. The sniper is just kind of like trying to box in and put a new name on it. I'm older school than that. So, anyways, black plays f5, transposing to a Leningrad Dutch. This is interesting, though, possibly very dangerous for black. So h4. No, h4 is like practically winning, isn't it? Isn't this like lights out? I mean, I was gonna play this at the World Senior 2 years ago against this guy who played the Dutch all the time, but he didn't use this move order. Black, dude, Ron Henley doesn't have a clue. Okay, Ray Gordon fan club. Ron Henley just like doesn't know anything about this stuff. He just like copied it from Gingy. It's ridiculous. Ron Henley never played the modern defense in his life. He always played the Nimzo. He played the Nimzo against me. Don't fall for that. Like, marketing lies. You know, he just is like so uncreative that he couldn't like work on his own openings. So he like stole Roman's openings and like repackaged them as his own as well. I mean, it's crazy, dude. Ron Henley. He wasn't a bad player, but I mean, give me a break. To steal Roman's openings and pretend he was like an expert in the accelerated dragon, and it's absurd. Maybe they even had a partnership. I know that Roman used to talk to him on the phone and stuff. They had a working relationship. But it's like, dude, I mean, Ron Henley, please. Alright, f5, h4, knight f6, h5, game over. No, this is theory. This is supposed to be very bad for black. The question is, after knight takes h5, yeah, how do you know so much? Weren't you like playing like b3 before? Sensei? Don't believe your local marketing newsletter about chess books or any recent blogs you've read. Henley wasn't a bad player, but he stopped playing actively, you know, a million years ago, and he definitely never played the Accelerated Dragon and that stuff he's like claiming to play. He's just trying to like horn in on like Gingy's business or something. I don't know, man. Actually, I don't even know what he normally played. The Nimzo. He played the Nimzo against me. He acted all weird. Like, the one time I played him in the New York Open, get this. So I played him, and then, like, it was a Rubinstein, like, Nimzo. And after the game, he was like, "You can't turn in your score sheet." I was just like, it was a draw. It's like, you can't hand in your score sheet. It's like, I used Karpov's novelty in this game. You know, I used one of Karpov's novelties in this game. All right, dude. All right, if you say so, I won't like turn in my score sheet. You're not too weird, dude. All right, e4, knight f6, pawn takes pawn. What am I looking at here? h4, knight h5, knight h5, e4, and now black d6. No, he seriously made me swear I wouldn't submit the score sheet. It wasn't even that important or anything. Karpov would get mad at him. I think he was just trying to impress people that he was like supposedly one of Karpov's seconds or whatever. This was like 2000. I don't remember when it was. Maybe 1999, 1998. D6, I think. Because the idea is that your king is supposed to like run away, isn't it? Rook takes h5, pawn takes h5, queen takes h5. Does this make sense? Here. People don't disappear, they just move to Florida, bro. Check. Maybe got eaten by an alligator. Here. Check. Here. There was a rumor he bought his GM title. But I mean, that's totally unsubstantiated shit I'm talking. I remember someone alleged that rumor. That is completely unsubstantiated. Maybe one Norm or something. But I mean, there's probably a lot of people like that. Just saying, I don't know. He wasn't a particularly strong Grandmaster, Henley. Nowhere near as good as like Michael Rode, for example. You don't see him playing in any U.S. championships, practically. I mean, Rook takes h5, G takes h5. How did he get connected with Karpov anyway? That's sort of weird, isn't it? How did he connect himself to Karpov? He's some kind of snake oil salesman. Is this the move, though? Kind of like Lev Albert, but weaker. This isn't right. Wow. So this position is not supposed to happen. So they are supposed to play knight f6. Wow. No, f takes e4. No, it's f takes e4. Wow. I couldn't remember. If d6, e takes f. Let's make sure. That's a crazy ass statistic right there. You guys see that? The computer's number 2 move, d6, isn't even on the list of like moves that have been played. Okay. I mean, we're looking at like OTB games here. d6 doesn't even get played. People are playing e6 rather than d6. That's pretty strange. d6 gives you a place to hide your king on d7 potentially. Even c5. But knight f6 doesn't strike me as a move I looked at. That's shocking though. There's so many games with knight f6. I checked this with Engine 2 years ago, but I've forgotten what I analyzed now. It was definitely this then. F takes e4, rook takes h5. It looks like g4 is interesting. This is legit interesting. Well, all you need to know is that it's a good line, but it's not winning automatically. King f8. I just keep trying to think about what line it was where the king was going to d7. Bishop h6. And now d6. Looks like black's kind of holding on, but just barely. Black even managed to win a game. Black managed to win 2 games at the 2200 level. Only weak players? Well, no, I mean Bortnik. Well, this far anyway. You got this Greek guy, 2380, Bortnik. Bortnik. That's true. No, dude. People don't do this. I mean, it's like dangerous. Why are you playing g6? This is a problem. Black's move order is a problem, like specific problem. That's why knight c3 is kind of dangerous. This is specific to bishop g7 being played before knight f6. So if I'm playing a proper Dutch, we'll see like d4, f5, c4, knight f6, knight c3, Now if I play g6, you can still play h4. See, but it's not the same now. This must have been what I was looking at. So black should now play d6 instead of bishop g7. This is what I was thinking of. h5. Knight takes h5. This is what I got it confused with. Black forgoes playing bishop g7 and now can take with the knight on h5. We still get the exchange sack. This is what I was talking about, where the king is sometimes coming out here, e4, and now I think it was c6. And this Maciej-Bartel game is just really nuts. Queen takes h5 check, king d7, queen takes f5 check, king c7. That's the idea. Maybe black can hold on. The evaluation is, it's exactly the same as knight a5 against the Italian game at the end of the day. We're approximately about the same. So my knight a5 is just as sound as Leningrad Dutch. No, alright, anyway. Inaccurate move order, really good for white. h5, boom, and now this is too much. Wow, Chernyshov has a game against Huang Tran from 2003. I was in the States. I had not moved here yet, but I would later play against both of them, specifically against Huang Tran, with some Dutches. Arena crushing Easterman. Alright. Yeah, this is tough though. It's tempting to play e5 here. It's hard. Like how do you choose, e5 or pawn takes pawn? They both look good. Come on. How can I make a choice here? They both look so good. It's all bad for black. Then you die. Good lord, man. Rip Hong Fang Trong. I don't think she would have repeated this variation. Bishop g5, e6, queen e2. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, Arena knows theory at least. She's studied with quite a few strong grandmasters, from what I've heard. The biggest surprise in Leningrad, the computer showed Matulovich's knight c6 is not playable. I haven't been following it. That sounds almost difficult to believe. I've always felt like it should be, but not the clear. Yeah, this is horrible for black. It's a really bad position. But I mean, I suppose that if white doesn't put the foot to the pedal, you could let black off the hook. Black could... Let's put it this way, black doesn't have any long-term problems so much as, just immediate problems with the king not being safe. You have to step on him now, quickly. This move, I mean, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. I mean, it's basically like a King's Indian. What is black thinking? I mean, bishop d7? I get it. They're trying to castle queenside. It just occurred to me. Black's trying to castle queenside. But I mean, shouldn't black just bite the bullet here and admit like they're playing the King's Indian? And it's like a bad same-ish or something? Smurfette, GM Smurfette, subscribe to tier 1. Thank you for subscribing for 4 months. Mach 3 Master. Not a fan of his. Sorry. This doesn't look right, though. You know, I mean, objectively, I don't like black's game in any case. But, I mean, maybe castling should be considered. It just looks like a same-ish King's Indian, you know, and white has a good game, but how bad is it? +2. Oof, G4. Yeah. G4 right away. Oh, my God. Ray Gorgon. Fix my window. Which window? I need to fix my windows. You do like skylights? In European countries? G4? Jesus, this move is important. This is what I was saying though, like, if you don't strike quickly, black will get a reasonable position, but this is not going to solve black's problems. This looks chronically slow. But I don't know, man. I mean, I'm tempted to swing the knight into, like, f4 here. I feel like this also is good. Yeah, I keep forgetting this is an open file. Yeah, I think I need to get glasses. I know you guys help me, sponsor me for glasses. I still have to get them. Alright, I take back castling kingside. I'm tired, and I've been sick this week, but I think I just didn't really process how dangerous this open file is. It's not a good position for black, dude. I still think this is worth considering. Knight e2, knight f4, maybe knight h3, knight f4. You could temporarily block the h file. Yeah, but the computer is right. I mean, this is really devastating. That's like literally dropping a, you know, dirty bomb on your opponent's position. This is terrible. And that's basically very close to game over, I would say. It's essentially game over. Yeah. Knight e4. This is like watching a Botvinnik game or something. Jesus. This is just... Ugh. It's like Saruman versus Esserman or something. 2007. This is what would have happened if it was like Saruman, Esserman, 2003 or something, you know? Ugh. Yeah, that's pretty gross, dude. I was only ever in the same tournament with Yasser once, and we didn't get paired. Alright. This is just horrible. My God, dude. Just showing off. It's a pity you trade off for bishop, though. It's actually a pity. Trade off anything here. Knight d5. I'm wondering about knight d5. I know I said I can't really do it like naturally. I just sound like Marge Simpson. Marge, is your sister? I think I sounded more like Yoda. Well, I guess we just play f4. You should simply win a piece. I I mean, take first then. It's simpler. And you're just... Damn, he has this knight takes c4 though. There's this annoying... There's the annoying fact that your queen is attacked in this position. So you have to time this, right? Yeah, maybe that was why. You can play f4 first, for example. Should be crushing. Maybe that's the simplest of all. Hard to see. It's hard to imagine black can possibly do anything against this, you know. This is just game over. But I mean, it's the type of position where you have several wins, you know. It's not like it's that obvious, like which one is better than the others. This looks good though. It looks good enough. And now your bishops are just monstrous, man. You must have been concerned about knight e4. So there's a very interesting line, like pawn takes pawn knight e4 because he's double attacking g5. And his king doesn't have a lot of squares. So queen f4 will win in some lines. Bishop h6 will win in some lines. But I was wondering about something like this. And do you have like, well, some sort of like potential queen sacrifice, you know? A temporary queen sacrifice or something crazy. But I'm a little bit skeptical. You know, after c6, does white have a clean killing move here? We can't exactly sack the queen for nothing. But let's just see what the computer says. I'm tired. Yeah, it's unclear. This is a mess. It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, I understand you didn't really intend it, but you ended up having to do this. And now you know, you got a position that was like way more technical than you wanted. And you wanted to put him away. And black is not put away. You know, he's in fact quite not put away. And unfortunately he can castle queenside and defend b7. So this is where you really have to adapt, and chess and poker, any games, it's really hard to come to grips with like screwing up and being objective about it. And I struggled with this to some degree, like everyone has. But I think a lot of it has to do with our mood, how much energy we have. But this is a major fuck up, you know. You were like crushing, clearly better. Now it's like you're slightly better, probably. It's a major transition. And you've got to consider queen takes here. Same thing, castles queenside. The upside of this is that your pawn structure is lower maintenance. After c takes d5, pawns are more fixed. I wouldn't call d5 weak, but knight e6, queen e6, f4, knight c4, queen e1, knight e4, knight d5. Not surprising. In the previous line, this is a weird move. Pretty obvious. This is really kind of cute because black even has like bishop takes b2 check. I guess just go here. Long story short, black's totally dead. But aesthetic. Carl would like it. As Mr. Slow would say. Yeah, there's no way that black should get out of this the way he did, to a playable endgame. I'm not so worried about this pawn falling directly as I am, like, it reduces your flexibility. Like, if you keep the pawn on c4, well, maybe you can break with c5 in an endgame or something like that. There is the c-file, and it's a real factor. And the fact that the pawn also kind of cuts the position in half. And rook h3 is a nice idea. Like Sicilian-esque. Ugh. Yeah. Well, it was a nice idea. While it lasted. Damn, that kind of kills that. Kills that theme. No, I mean, ultimately, this is a tedious position. You have to be careful. You could even be worse. So this feels like a mistake. If he can make you play f3, you have to follow through. Can you get your rook across? Can't you maybe sacrifice the f2 pawn? Yeah, something like this. You can always try to force a trade of queens. But at least you would get your rook. I don't know if it's even helping. This sucks, yeah. So at this point, it's unclear who's even better. Although, a computer probably wouldn't lose with white, with a bad bishop and some space. Your rook is not happy. And obviously, trading queens isn't really what we had hoped for. But I think at this point you've got to ask yourself the question, do you really want to decentralize your king in an endgame? And you've got to be realistic about your position. And I think that means telling yourself I'm worse and I need to hang on here. So take bishop e2, maybe try to double on the h file and get my king, closer to the middle. If I can hold the draw, I'm happy. I am worried about this endgame, though, because if d5 falls, you're in a lot of trouble. If d5 falls, and this falls, and this falls, and this falls, you're lost. You can't afford to lose, both your weak pawns. So this is kind of feels like a mistake, to put your king here out of the endgame. Okay, I mean he's putting his king on a dark square, but still, I mean, dude. The other day I had this guy, I was playing an anonymous game and I played king h1. My opponent insta played king h8, but he just realized that his a7 pawn is hanging. Okay. But dude, he trades queens a move later, then what the hell is he doing? How stupid is this? Decentralize your king, then trade queens on the next move. You forced him into it. Why did he just decentralize his king? His king should consider coming toward the center. This is a really funny endgame, yeah. Right? Where's your king? It's going to be hard to get rid of the knight on e5, though, if you don't play f4. I can feel that. Wow. Wow. Someone say off the hook. This guy is letting you off the hook. I could even envision a world where white is better now. I mean, theoretically, you have a majority on the king side. You can put your bishop on f3, kind of stabilize, keep an eye on h5, keep an eye on d5, get your rooks active. It's going to take skill to lose this for black. I mean, I'm not sure if you did the right thing or not, but it's tempting. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, this guy's got to be kicking himself for king b8 now. If he hadn't played king b8, I would say, well, there's really good chances he might still stay alive. Imagine his king is on c8 instead of b8. Both of you should be shamed for that, like decentralizing your kings when you're that close to an endgame. Now it's a good question. F6, king c8, f7, rook f8. We may not want to like push this too fast. He has to play this move, right? I feel like you should bring your king in, but I realize like he's going to do the same. Is this pawn advanced too quickly? So this is going to take like very precise play. Black plays rook f8. You defend the pawn. He has to get his king in, but he also has to get a square for it, so he's going to have to play something like c6. I'm thinking it's a draw. What I'm saying, if we don't push it, you know, we can get our king over to help. Imagine this with like our king on f4. I mean, black is probably lost. The pawn is more defendable. Okay, it's possible black would get some counterplay somewhere in the back, seventh rank, but by pushing it, it becomes a little bit like weaker out there. Let's see what the computer says. Yeah. I'm notoriously bad at rooking games, but I had a feel for this. Yeah. You kind of have to bring it in, you know, together, and I think you're good. This was a little too early. Looks like this lets him off the hook. He's holding on after f6. You pushed it ahead of the rest of the guys. But I mean, like, this move, fine. Gives you time for g3. Does it really change anything, though? No, this is a bad move. So, is it better to go here and support c6? Then he would have had rook e7 check. But he never should have allowed you to put your rook on e6. It cuts him off, and you have the check on the 7th. Oh my god. This is a disaster. So if he goes here first, what do we got? A draw? Yeah. It's probably a draw. For me, this is the really key moment. Like, why would he put his king on d8 instead of d7? But that's a draw, Ray Gordon. You're never going to win that endgame. It's 4 against 4. White has the worst structure. I mean, it's very clearly a draw. You have an outside pawn, but it's not enough. Black's going to break up the king side with c6. It's a draw. It's 3 against 3. Black's king's going to get to the center pretty quickly. The g-pawn isn't that scary. Yeah. This is a crazy mistake. King d8. And then this is over. I think now it's over. I don't think there's anything he can do now. This looks deadly. What can he do? He tries rook f7. And then you're just too fast. Is there any move? Like, can he try like c6 or something? Even like, it's funny, even c6, king d3. For example, c6, king d3. Pawn takes pawn, king d4. This still looks bad. It's not quantity, but quality that matters. Oh, this is so sad. But you should go here, right? I don't know how the time was. Is that good? You can still play a5. Holy crap, Batman. Yeah, I mean, I think you rush things a little here. I mean, this looks pretty solid, dude. I don't think the result is in doubt. Is it? The result can't be in doubt after like a5. But you should have been heading over here in any case. But this is really, whoa. And you have in-between move. And now you could theoretically go to e6. Although I don't think that's going to save him. An amusing endgame. Whoa. So if you take king e4, king e7, king f4, king e6, king g4, are you just winning there? Are you winning the way you played it? Oh my god. Like, I'm thinking keep it as simple as possible. It looks like he's lost. But I guess this doesn't hurt you. Might as well play b4, I guess. Yeah, now it's pretty clear. Yep. Let's see the graph here, just to make sure. That was an interesting endgame. B3 was losing. Wait. B3 was losing? Losing? Did you say losing? Wait, what are you talking about? Losing? What you talking about, Willis? What? B3 is losing. Damn, dude, that's freaking hard to believe. I said you should have played b4. That's really unbelievable, though. You know, it's not usual that much in king and pawn games. Usually there's like a middle road. No, you play b4. It'll take him that much longer to get that pawn down when he wins your b pawn. You're gonna win this one for sure. You'll be in the mix to get the other pawn. Yeah, that was weird. You had messed up here. I mean, he's totally lost. He's paralyzed. You know, you should have gone the other way. This was a creative way to win. And now, I thought taking was the best. Yeah. So this is a draw after a5. It's a draw. That's hard to believe. I mean, but you have to see that this is winning. Take king e4. Do we play b4 first, though? Or do we go for the pawn first? Is b4 enough? No, that's losing. Wow. That's also hard to believe. It's hard to believe, bro. It's so hard to believe. Wow. So this is why. He can shoulder you with king e4 and queen down. It's like boxing someone out in basketball. Of course, this was totally unnecessary. Amazingly, this is a draw. He misses what, like b4? Unbelievable. And now b4 is... Wait, king c6 is a draw now. It's a draw. This is counterintuitive. He has to find d5, d4. No, that doesn't work. No, it's counterintuitive. Yeah, he has to like give you the opposition, but you can't take it. Wait. Oh, I'm confused. He can't do this because you win the pawn. So he's still drawing here, d5. Can't believe it. What? This can't be right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is the point. Oh my god. And that's a draw. Yeah, wow. The first rule of rooking games is never transpose to a king and pawn game unless you're sure it's winning. One of the only things that I actually know about rooking games. I mean, you just have to know how winning you are here. But you didn't. What I don't get is, like, you didn't see this. The first sign of trouble was when you played king d4. You know, for me, this is the mistake that really defines the endgame. Because it's over, man. You know? The whole point was that you got everybody together in the conference room, you know? You've united your whole party. Yeah, I mean, it's not just about collecting loose pawn. It's kind of, I feel like, you know, your whole army, like, works together. Well, most of it anyway. You couldn't say, okay, you can say it's about collecting loose pawn. But it's not really just that. It's also about protecting f6. It does everything. The king on f5, it protects the rook. It protects the pawn. It attacks g4. It's near your g-pawn. The only thing it doesn't do is protect your d5 pawn. But once you free your rook, then your rook can go back. You know, for example, blah, 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 blah. You know, here, whatever takes, blah, blah, blah. Let's say rook here. You know, you just go back, and now, eventually you'll pick off his pawns. Let's say, I don't know, rook f1. This isn't going anywhere. I mean, the double pawns aren't going anywhere, and you're getting two connectors on the other side. The point is, like, your pieces are coordinating, working together. And when you play king d4, it was a bad sign. Now, interesting here. Wow. I gotta go, guys. But this is a really instructive moment where black apparently has one last chance, maybe, with rook h7 to play for active defense. Now you have only one move, rook e4, and this is c d5. Rook G4. The two connected past pawns variation. Rook H2. Rook F4. Jesus. You would want to write black off here. Two connected past pawns are always winning, right? Holy shit. This is some kind of crazy position. It looks like white might be winning, but it's not easy. My computer's like on depth. I don't know how much. Depth 21. Yeah. But I mean, our rook is in a good position. But our king has no shield from checks, you know. You're going to be able to harass my king. Like, a lot. From the back, from the side. And your king is in ideal sort of blockading position. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's really goes nuts. I gotta get some canned air so I can clean the fan or something. Alright guys, anyway, it was fun. I'll see you hopefully if I'm still alive tomorrow. Nice knowing you. Thanks everyone for tuning in and subscribing. Don't forget to support upcoming your favorite old chess master. The upcoming GM tournament. 50-year-old grandmaster. Don't forget it. 39. Bye-bye.